Hello, everyone. Tiantir here. Welcome to my Guild Wars stream. We will be continuing Winds of Change today as part of my Guild Wars Beyond lore playthrough. Let's go ahead and hop into Saitong Harbor. We're starting with a doozy. We have to cleanse Haiju Lagoon. I will read the dialogue for the quest description for that in a moment. We're going to be heading out of Zendaijin. This one's real hard. There's no other way to state it. This is one of the ones I think of as being the most difficult. The reason for that actually is quite straightforward. We have to keep an NPC alive for a period of time with a very large number of enemies coming at us, and it's very difficult to make it all the way to the very end. One of the challenges here, the Charhead. That's great. One of the challenges here is that, bluntly, it's very easy to go super defensive and end up too defensive, which is something that I tend to fall into with this one. I'm thinking I want to actually go more of a bow route for this for some very simple reasons that basically are described as I would rather not be getting exploded, thanks. That's the simple reasons. I'd rather not get exploded, thanks. Let's see. Way of the Master. I don't know what all would be a good idea here. Raj, probably. Disrupting accuracy is one of those skills that's actually quite potent on an assassin because you can get your accuracy up very high and have a very high crit chance, but we're not going to necessarily be focused on that too much at the moment. Keen arrows may be a good one to bring as well. I want to be careful how many bow attacks I bring because I've got limited space. Critical agility is probably a good idea. I do get one more PvE only skill if I want it. Boy, howdy, wouldn't it be nice if Lightbringer's Gaze worked? Maybe Battle Standard of Honor. One of the things that actually helps the most here is killing enemies quickly. So, you know. I do want another, like, actual healing monk. It's a good idea to have some defense. I think I'm going to give Ogden the boot. And re-add Sasuke. I kind of feel like I want Acolyte Sasuke, though. I don't know if Serenia's set up. Okay. She appears to be somewhat set up. Talcora. Yeah, because I want the Prot Spirit and other defense stuff. Maybe I just bring in MM. I'm going to take a few tries. There is a kind of a gimmick that you can do with this one to drag the NPC that we will be joining, Initiate Tsurai, out of the area where the enemies congregate. If done successfully, they will all attack a space where she isn't, and she'll be just fine. There's also some dialogue that will happen during this. I will read it afterwards. It should be in the chat log. I'm going to be pretty focused on trying to survive this thing. So, right. I do kind of like the idea of an MM. That Livia? Olivia's completely not set up. Olivia's nothing right now. Master of Whispers is distinctly curses, and Elias is... Okay, yeah, that's Livia then. I need to go get Livia ruined up. That's not too bad to do. So let's go to my guild hall and let's do that. Hope you're all doing well today, by the way. For my part, failed to get myself to bed at a good time again last night, so I might yawn a bit during today's stream. Something about watching a bunch of hacksmith videos. I don't know. Give me 5 plat. Necromancer. I need a bloodstained. I understand why Tormented is popular. I like it too, but that's not what I want here. I mean, if she's going to be an MM, I might as well get 4 of these. 2 and 4. Okay. Minor curses, minor blood, and there's expensive one, relatively speaking. And hey, look, Soup Death is also the expensive superior rune. What a shock. Minor Vigor is actually not too bad. Soup Vigor's gone up a bit. Yeah. It would be good to get her probably some sort of health rune, but typically don't. And like Mesmer Miners. Minor Inspiration is ludicrously expensive right now. A bunch of these Mesmer runes have actually come down a lot in value though. I imagine people got kitted out for them. Yeah, I'm gonna want to change those as well. There's something that I had. Oh yeah, it was my brass knuckles. This is just a lot of clicking here. There's not much more to say than that. I do want to make sure that I'm putting the bloodstained on one of the, shall we say, less likely to be hit pieces of armor. Those who don't know, armor is weird in this game. Hey, Clean Star, good to see you. In that it is not additive across your various regions. Rather, these all have different probabilities of being hit. It's a total of 8 hit chances. 1/8, which is 12.5%. 1/8 for the head, hands, and feet. 2/8 or a quarter, 25% for the legs, and 3/8 or 37.5% for the chest. So you're more likely to hit in the chest or the legs, and this is reflected actually in like material costs. So when you're crafting armor, you'll notice that typically speaking, the legs are twice as expensive as the like gloves or boots, and the chest piece is usually 3 times as expensive as the gloves or boots. And that's because of the hit chance. But that's also why putting survivors is worth 3 times more on the chest than the legs, etc., and the 2 times more on these, or radiant as well, because you're taking a greater risk by putting it on one of these, because it's not giving you armor, right? It's giving you something else. So that's kind of why they did things that way. It's kind of an interesting system that is not immediately obvious, because most people are used to RPGs using a very additive armor system where it's just like you have a raw defense value. This game cares about where you're getting hit. I think a lot of the time it's kind of just random where you get hit according to those ratios. I think some stuff might hit specific regions, but I'm not sure on that. Okay. Right, nobody else needed to get set up while I'm here, did they? It doesn't look like it. She's all Hydromancered up. Sasuke actually needs a minor energy storage. Let's fix that while I'm here too. Oh, my energy storage is down a little bit. That's nice. All right. Let's get back into the zone. Let's see if I can manage this one. Like I said, this one is very difficult. At least can very much so prove to be quite difficult. Now, what I was actually wanting to do with you, I mean, I do like myself a good swirling aura and maelstrom. Good vision is probably pretty good too. I want to ward against harm here. This will just help with some of the fire damage. I want to blend offense and defense to various extents here. I see Prism's not a bad idea. Yeah, that one's a reasonable damage. I do want defense from her, which I've got. I think Sasuke is fine, but maybe I should switch to Savannah Heat. Yeah, I like that. I think she's fine where she's at. Okay. Don't need blood magic. The real trick here is making sure I bring Virata's aura, because that's going to probably be relevant. And then animate. I do want some amount of Rit healing here, though. We're going to need to go a little bit low on Soul Reaping. Soul Reaping will get buffed up 2 points from Masochism, so it's not a huge deal to drop it down to 9, because it's going to actually be 11. So let's grab these. And probably should grab myself some Bone Fiend. And this will help with the energy as well. Okay, I just wanted some more like raw healing. So my healers are Zandra and Livia to an extent, and then Talcora is like, yeah, there's some additional healing there. And then this will help boost damage a bit further. Again, this is a really, really tricky one because of the sheer amount of like, you get attacked from all basically like 2 directions, and it really loads you down with a lot of stuff. And it's the Afflicted Soul explosions are a huge problem, and it's just painful. So let's go ahead and read what this is again. So we got this from Nishit Tsudai, who hangs out in Saitung Harbor. We saw her previously. And she says, "Are you the new blood? Well, I suppose you'll do. Just stay out of my way, and don't get yourself killed. Especially don't get yourself turned. I have no love for the afflicted, and the last thing I want is more of them crawling around. We're out here to clean up Xingje Island, not make it worse. We're starting with Haiju Lagoon. As you may know, the waters of the lagoon possess an innate healing quality. That is, they did. The presence of the afflicted over the years has gradually corrupted the water. It's our job to cleanse the taint that they left behind. I can perform the necessary ritual, but I will need protection. If we can take care of this, the Ministry will have a better foothold to remove the rest of the infected ones. Can I count on you?" I actually really like what's going on with the lore here. If you go into the zone normally without this quest going on, without the sort of Winds of Change stuff, then yeah, standing in the lagoon will give you a buff that like heals you for like 25 HP or something. And it gives a decent amount of health whenever you use a skill, I think. And so this is a really cool thing that they've done. They've basically said, like, look, the afflicted have caused a corruption here. And this actually ties in, from what I understand anyway, of a lot of sort of Eastern spirituality, I guess. Just like highlighting a specific point of things. Of sort of the idea of like negative energy infecting things and corrupting things. You see this a lot in anime. And a lot of games from like Japan and stuff, you'll see this idea of like negative emotions manifesting as evil spirits and things like that. So the idea of this evil sort of has been permeating this area and corrupting this thing is very like in line with sort of the base mythology, like mythological concepts and religious concepts that they're drawing from for Cantha, and it also like creates a really good narrative transition to show like this is the impact of the afflicted have been around here for years, and we've been trying to deal with them. And that's something that I really like that Winds of Change is doing. Like, it's subtle because it's really easy to kind of overlook because it's in text form, because they have to tell us about what happened while we were gone, gallivanting around in Elona and in the northern reaches of Tyria. We come back, after helping with the war in Kryta, theoretically. It's maybe, yeah, it's, I guess it must have ended at this point because it's Queen Selma, not Princess Selma, but with Courier Falcon's Quest. So, like, we have this whole thing going on with it, right? And what we have here is, hey, the Afflicted have been around, and their influence has negatively impacted this area, and this is a really good way of showing us something that they've only told us about, which is the Afflicted causing, like, environmental corruption, which I think is really cool, and I really appreciate what they're doing with it. It's also just freaking hard. So, like I said, I'll do my best to try to be successful here. I'm going to give it a few tries, and if those fail, I'm going to attempt the more elaborate dragging her off methods that people do with Blood is Power. That'll be a bit tricky since I don't have Blood is Power on this character. I may, for the express purposes of completing this, actually unlock Necromancer secondary on this guy and capture Blood is Power. If I can't do it with a hero. I'd prefer not to for no particularly good reason, but we shall see how it goes. So we need to meet up with Tsurai over here in Linnock Village, if I remember my names correctly. Or Linkai. Linnock? Yeah, Linnock is somewhere else entirely. And I think there is a place called Linnock, but... yeah, it is. Linnock Courtyard, right over here. I was thinking... anyway, Linkai. Tsurai says, let's head to the lagoon. It's to the north of here, and let's not waste time, got it? Well, I certainly am not bringing somebody who would make me run faster, but I will try not to waste time. Run speed buffs are a waste of skill slots for something as, like, demanding as this is. It's one of those things, is like, being able to bring... oh man, it's just so beautiful out here. Being able to bring a run fast party move speed buff character is a bit of a privilege of easier content. So up here we are going to get our view of the lagoon. It is not doing so happily. I mean, it's still pretty, but we've got these poison jets and stuff popping off in it, and it's getting... the air is getting sickly as we get near it, and there's Taipao Islands. She says, just look at what those nightmares have done. And if I were given the chance, I would strike all of them from this world. No hesitation. So we have this environmental effect. While standing in it, we lose 25 health every time we use a skill, which is pretty nasty. She says, I'll handle the ritual to cleanse these waters. I need to be within the lagoon for it to work. Unfortunately, it's certain to draw out the afflicted, so be prepared. If you let them interrupt me, so help you. Even if you survive them, you'll have to face me afterward. And then she starts her prayer by praying to Kaijun Dawn, hear my plea. These words I give, an offering to appease. So this is one of the... oh man, we've got the flies going too. So if the strategy is to use Blood's Power on her, she has a healing skill, Patient Spirit. And so you can drag her AI over to the other side of the island. And that helps tremendously, as you might imagine. And like I said, I'm going to read her stuff after we complete it, just because this is... Oh my goodness. As you can see, very busy. And the thing is, like, you basically can't wipe here. If you wipe here, then she's going to not have any defenses, and she's going to die. Although I will say the minions are doing a good job of keeping her alive a little bit longer. But we've wiped, and I'll have to go back and try again. So I'm not 100% sure what went wrong there. It's difficult to tell from that brief moment that I had. But so what she says here... Kaijun Dawn. So if you don't remember, Kaijun Dawn is actually one of the celestial entities that we saw in Napui Quarter. Hear my plea. These words I give, an offering to appease. Let's cease the seething of vengeance left there bleeding. To slide from shadow and release from sorrow. To hear the call of a brighter morrow. So she has a whole thing that she'll go through. And if she completes it, congratulations. You've successfully survived. But obviously that's not what happened here. So I tried to have some ambient healing. Losing 25 health every time you use a skill is pretty rough. So maybe it would be good to bring like rejuvenation. Even. I don't know if Rajazora here is a good idea or not. I don't know. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave that as is. I'm not entirely sure about my bar and how effective it was being either. Probably part of what would help would actually just be more straight up interrupts. I'm gonna... Maelstrom is cool and all. I'm gonna just switch it out for power return. I don't really care about giving them energy back, and I'd rather have an actual interrupt. I think I'm also just gonna drop Sasuke in favor of Daedalon here. I'd just rather have the Mesmer, I think. Like, I want the defensiveness of Ward Against Harm and Swirling Aura, because these both really help support against damage. But, like I said, I'm going to give this a few tries, see how it goes. The downside, of course, is that the Mesmer spells do not benefit from my Ebon Battle Standard of Honor. On the other hand, the minions do. I could also potentially swap that for Ebon Battle Standard of Wisdom, but I'm bringing it because it helps me with doing damage. Breath of the Great Dwarf might not be bad either. Or Technobabble. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Unfortunately, every time we die there, we have to do our big ol' run back to talk to her again and get everything rolling again, because that's how this one works. It is. Let's just say I think this is probably one of the harder quests. If not, like, the hardest quest. Rescue at Minister Cho's is pretty rough. But this one is more so, in my opinion, because this one is less forgiving. Like, Minister Cho's... Oh, this is interesting. Huh. What the heck is going on here? It's to cause a... Sorry, I was looking at the... I wasn't really explaining what was going on there. Her portrait shows up, like, people's portraits show up in those little talkie dialogue things. And something about the way that I was moving was causing her head inside the thing to spin. And I was trying to figure out what was going on with that because it was very wonky looking. I don't mind having a few minions in the lead up to this. Again, minions are a little bit of a unknown strategy here because they may have a bunch of stuff to try to remove them or steal them, which is part of why I have Verada's aura. Being able to steal all of their minions is very valuable. Yeah, so see... Okay. That's interesting. If you put... Okay, so my mouse is over her portrait, and then I hold down the right mouse and left mouse, and then I can rotate, and it rotates her head for some reason. Very strange. So yeah, again, the strategy is to draw her out over the area there. Which allows you to be able to get her out of where all of these guys are going to go. Also, she's using the offhand. You can see the Ministry of Purity gear. So she uses the fan and the focus. It is very dagger-like, which is pretty neat. Yes, I just casually take 100 damage to get my buffs back in place. Well, back in place. In place in the first place, I suppose. There is also some amount of like just random luck with this, by the way, because the spawns of what enemies you get are randomized. This empathy is bad news. Okay, it's gone. Just to be replaced by new empathy. Great. That's where it needs to go. There we go. Okay, Olivia died, which is bad news for us. And then now the Initiate has a meteor shower on her, which is going to kill her. We're getting closer, though, which is actually good. Good news. This is one of those things, though, where being a caster would be really, really helpful. Just because the empathy is a real pain. So she got a little bit further in her thing. You can actually look up the quest on the wiki and see like what the final line of dialogue is. The last time I beat this, I did so lying flat on the ground. My entire party had wiped, but she still managed to survive, so that was a close one. But unfortunately, that's not what's happened here. Yeah, okay, I feel like... I feel like I don't want to be spending energy on that, and I'd rather gum things up with bone minions. What I'm thinking right now. I don't know. I'm going to be doing a few little tweaks here and there, just trying to figure out. I'm not sure how many tries I want to quite give this. I'd rather not have to try to do the other strategy because it's a little bit fiddly sounding to try to do with heroes. I don't know. I might look it up in the wiki and see if it has any tips on that end. The big thing is that you're trying to like kill the enemies. Really, you're just trying to like stay alive long enough for her to finish her ritual, at which point the quest is successful and all of the afflicted will die. If I remember correctly. So this is not really about, like... It's about trying to thin out the enemy hordes quickly enough that you can actually survive, is really what it kind of comes down to. There are some Crimson Skull over there, by the way, except they've been replaced with these scavengers. These are... I think those are actually a replacement for Afflicted. Afflicted will show up there. I really do like the beauty in Xingje Island, though. Be curious. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, again, I wish I enjoyed playing Guild Wars 2 because I would love to see what their environment artists do with Cantha with their improved, like, engine capabilities. I think that'd be really, really neat to see. But anyway. Someday it will be April again, and I can get this guy his anniversary shortbow, and it will be great. But until then. Why do I have this anyway? This guy has a bunch of like random gear that I kind of need to clear out. This I know why I have, because it has a Zealous bowstring on it. I do have this Vampiric shortbow of enchanting. I wonder if that'd be better to have equipped right now than this flat bow. It might actually be. The advantage of the shortbow of enchanting is that my enchantments last longer, but also stealing health might be more relevant than gaining energy. Like I said, once we succeeded, I'll kind of read through all of her lines again properly. I'm just not going to be worried about it on what's going to be a bunch of repeat trips. I've switched over to these because these are enchanting pickles, enchanting daggers. And making this last 72 seconds is nice. Actually, this monk is kind of... the downside of a short bow, of course, is that the range is kind of short, but... don't like seeing that meteor shower go off. Okay, it appears to have gone off in the middle of empty space, which is basically best case scenario for that sort of mess. Well, Daedalon, your sacrifice was a noble one. Okay, this is ridiculous. See, part of what I'm thinking with the Vampiric weapon is it helps offset some of these costs. Well, I don't know. Okay, she's actually almost finished it. There we go. We survived. We survived at the Resurrection Shrine, but we survived. Okay, so let's go meet up with her. All right, so that was a little bit of a thing. Okay, glad for that. Let's go ahead and read her lines here. So she says, "Let's head to the lagoon. It's to the north of here, and let's not waste time." Got it? So that's when we met her in the town. And then once we got to the lagoon, she said, "Just look at what those nightmares have done. If I were given the chance, I would strike all of them from this world. No hesitation. I'll handle the ritual to cleanse these waters. I need to be within the lagoon for it to work. Unfortunately, it's certain to draw out the afflicted. So be prepared if you let them interrupt me. So be prepared." Excuse me, I missed the period there. "If you let them interrupt me, so help you. Even if you survive them, you'll have to face me afterward." Then she begins her ritual. And she says, "Kaijun Dawn, hear my plea. These words I give, an offering to appease. Let's cease the seething of vengeance left there bleeding. To slide from shadow and release from sorrow, to hear the call of a brighter morrow. A day met to star again, rippled reflections, looking clearly back to the heavens." That did it. These waters appear once more. Others of the ministry will handle the rest. Let's get going. These robes need to be changed. So yeah, like, yeah, it's a good, solid poem. It just takes a while for it to whole process. And now we have the Haiju Lagoon water. So while standing in Haiju Lagoon, you gain 25 health every time you use a skill. So, we succeeded, and I feel real happy about that. It's a rough one. I think the minions, like Livia surviving to the end was actually what got us there, because that meant we had minions, like, to help buffer things once we died. Because the Afflicted were going to be focused on these guys. Because even when Livia dies, the Bone Horrors are not allied with the Afflicted. They're just neutral, right? So they're going to fight the Afflicted. And the Afflicted are going to aggro on them. So it feels really good to be done with that one. I never like having to get through this part of Winds of Change, and I don't even want to think about trying to accomplish this in hard mode without cheesing it. That just sounds like a ridiculous effort. Okay, what do you say, Initiate? Not bad for a rookie. Forgive my pessimism, but the Ministry of Purity seems to be attracting a lot of dewy-eyed recruits these days. They have more passion than common sense, and that's often a liability. Don't misunderstand me. It's a good thing that more people are drawn to our cause. They just need to be honed so they can apply their enthusiasm to greater effect. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of would have liked that quest to be tuned a little bit differently. It's just like it is a sprint to like grab victory as you can kind of like barely snatch at it. But yeah, so this is interesting too what she's talking about here. One of the things that we have going on is the Ministry of Purity has been building momentum as people have been seeing them be successful in actually wiping out the Afflicted. So as they are getting successful, people are like, oh, this is not a lost cause. This is actually doable. And they're gaining popularity. They're getting a lot more recruits, a lot more people that want to be part of this thing. And also it's just one of those things where like movements in anything in general tends to have kind of an exponential growth curve, where it starts off going at a certain rate. Actually, it'd be better if I illustrate this direction. Where it starts off going at a certain rate, and as you get more like mass, like more people joining the thing, it grows and grows and grows, because each of those people can then like their visibility keeps growing, so more people are aware of it, more people know what they're about. And it just kind of like keeps building that way. So what ends up happening is you have this sort of growth pattern where it starts off kind of like smaller, and it feels like it takes a long time to build. But then like we're at a point where they're having very rapid growth. And so what she's seeing is that there's a lot of dewy-eyed recruits, she's saying. So basically people with like stars in their eyes sort of thing. They're all like, oh, look how wonderful this thing is. I want to be part of this amazing movement sort of thing. And she says they often have more passion than common sense, and that's often a liability. So basically, like, these people are coming in with wild, like, passion and enthusiasm for what the Ministry of Purity is doing, and they're kind of, like, swept up in the emotions of it. But they don't really know what they're doing, and that often makes things worse rather than better. And so while she's happy to have more people drawn to their cause, they also can't just like send them off without like actually training them to make them effective, because that just creates more problems. And so I think it's really interesting what's going on here. And she's a bit cynical because she's just had so many experiences with these new recruits who don't really know their sword arm from their shield arm, as it were. They don't really know how to do things well. So I think that's some like good world building stuff going on here, and just what she's expressing that I quite like. Our work here at Xingje is nearly done. There's just one remaining source of corruption that mars its perfection. Zunra, the guardian deity of Zen Daijun, has succumbed to the lingering presence of the Afflicted. As long as the guardian remains in that state, we will never truly be able to cleanse those lands. We have been tasked to travel to Zendaijun and to call forth the afflicted aspects of Zunra by summoning them from the shrines. The ancestor spirits saw fit to spare the life of Ashu. I am certain that they will do the same for Zunra. You have proven a useful ally so far, and it would expedite our task if you would join us again. So here we get the first mention of Ashu in the actual, like it might have been used in promotional materials, but here we see Ashu mentioned within Winds of Change itself. And she says that, and again, this goes back to what we had with the Hyjia Lagoon, a holy place whose energies were turned corrupt by the corrupt presences that were there. And so we've got this going on with Zunra as well, who, if you remember, I mean, you can see right there, somebody rang the bell. But if you remember the Zendaijun mission, you have that. But you also have the quest afterwards to get your 15 attribute points if you're a factions character. With Zunra, where you go around sort of absorbing the miasma, and absorbing all these evil energies to try to protect people from them has corrupted Zunra, presumably. So we need to go take out these corrupted aspects of Zunra. This is a great place to capture monk elites if you're looking for them, because there's 5 in this map, and you can only bring 3 signets of capture, as when they changed it to a PvE only skill, which makes sense in the internal structure, but that's not a different thing to discuss entirely. Let's clean out my inventory, by which I mean deposit this. Where the heck is this Shunlai in this town? There it is. I don't come to Seitung Harbor very often. It's weird. Seitung Harbor feels like it should be a fairly major location, because it's the major port here on Xingje. But of course, the monastery itself is a much more significant location on the island. I really do like Xingje Island quite a lot, though. I really want to see how they handle it in... yeah, there's actually a lot of space here, too. You can walk out on these docks and stuff. I'm really curious to see how this stuff looks in Guild Wars 2. And it's one of those things where it's it almost would make me interested enough. But then I'm but I don't want to play that game. I just don't enjoy it enough. Oh well. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and talk to the guard here. So this one is a little bit more forgiving. You can die here, but it can be very, very painful. I'm kind of intending on keeping the same bar just because it did all right on that previous one, so I'm curious to see how it does here. Hopefully it does okay. I actually, though, should probably replace Bone Minions with Bone Fiends. This. We're not going to be dealing with quite the same numbers, and having stronger minions seems important. Actually, I might not want Aura of the Lich as well. I'm just trying to think about what I could give her if I did not use Aura of the Lich. I could give her Toxic Chill. Discord is not bad, but I don't really have good setup for that. And maybe I do go ahead and just leave her on Aura of the Lich. Greetings. Beyond this gate is Zendaijun, a sacred valley tended to by the monks who live there. May I help you with something? We have business in Zendaijun. You've done much for the monks of Zendaijun. Yes, we're ready to go in there. Yes. This is one of those ones where you can kind of brute force it a little bit. So that's nice. Okay, let's swap over to this. Hoish! That hurt. Thank you for that peace and harmony. Man. These missions... So this is one of the problems that I have with fast casting, decreasing the recharge time for your Mesmer spells by 3%. It applies to enemies too, and Empathy has a friggin' 10-second recharge. Empathy right here has 10-second recharge. So when it's recharging 30% faster, that means it's recharging in 7 seconds. When you get to some of those higher values, like it can be recharging in 4 seconds at 20 fast casting, and that's just like absolutely disgusting. So we'll see how this one goes. I'm actually quite happy to be on a bow this time and let the minions take the brunt of the pain. These Afflicted exploding in my face is something I have gotten my fill of. Afflicted Soul Explosion is I really don't like it as a mechanic. I talked about that a lot during the Factions playthrough itself, but I actually want to specifically target these Necromancers because they're going to, if nothing else, compete with us for minions. We're actually doing decently well in terms of things like energy, which is nice. It was fun to hit that giant ball of spirits with Barrage, but let me tell you, when I had Empathy on me, that hurt so much. We just took a lot less armor from the spirit thing because of this giving us plus 25 armor. Okay, so the corrupted aspects of Zunira are actually at the bells, so there's not anything inside this temple itself. I do want to clear these guys out, though, because they are clearly a patrolling mob. I would prefer not to have to deal with that. Barrage is awesome. Like, I'm gonna, like, I've forgotten how amazing Barrage is. One of the things you'll notice with my flat bow is the way projectiles work in this game is they have a flight time, which is how long they stay in the air. So with this flat bow, it has a very long range and a fairly long flight time. So what that tends to mean is when you are close to enemies, your arrows really curve up. But if you're actually pretty far, then they'll go a lot flatter because they need to travel a certain distance in a certain time, which is how they're able to do leading attacks in this without having a bunch of ridiculous math. Because projectiles don't have a set speed. They have a variable speed based on how far away your target is. So that's just a factor of how everything is built here. It's actually a really good way to solve that problem, though, because if you have, Read the Wind will speed up, will decrease arrow flight time. Like, there's stuff that says your arrows move 3 times faster. I think all that practically means is your arrows have a third of the flight time. Oh man, Splinter Barrage is great. Yeah, because Read the Wind, Favorable Winds, both of those will decrease how long your arrows are in the air for. Splinter Barrage with friggin' 16 channeling magic in the Splinter weapon is bonkers. But yeah, so that's where you get the really high arcing shots of that flat bows can kind of be known for, like this, because it has a certain flight time. I did not realize minions were this effective at this portion of Winds of Change. Return as a guardian once again and watch over these lands. Yeah, absolutely they can be. But yeah, otherwise if your projectiles actually have a specific speed that they need to travel at, then trying to figure out leading is a much more complicated matter, because you have to kind of take your speed and you have to adjust what angle you fire at in order to be able to match where the thing's going to be at the time that you are going to get there. And it's complicated by the fact that, like, your movement vector, as you like lead the target, gets longer. It's just a huge giant pile of math, and it is absolutely ugly. So it's a lot simpler if projectile speed is the value that you're setting. I'm gonna wait for minions to kind of catch up here, and let's wake them up. Wakey wakey. Man, those those barrages going off on their frenzying rangers is a heck of a thing. And all of these Zooners have a different monk elite, so this is why it's a really great spot to capture monk elites if you're in the business of getting some. I suspect there's some code to affect flight time based upon range as well, for what that's worth. Oh, I see what's happened. We've had a bunch of enemies come up behind us. Yeah, I got a skill point. That's nice. Few hits should recover my energy nicely. I pray this eases the suffering and soothes the hurt. Looks like she has a line each time we take down one of the corrupted aspects of Zunra. They all have like very specific names and stuff as well. I'm standing far enough back that I'm not really paying too much attention to them. That's something to be taking a bit of a look at. There's one right there, and then there's, I think, two in there. Or maybe there's one down in there. Let's go take the cave path. Let's see. This is Cleansing Zendaijun. I just want to look up what the names of the aspects are. So there's Diseased Zunra with Defender's Zeal, which is a place to get it outside of the Realm of Torment, which is nice. Infected Zunra with Shield of Judgment, which is a place to get that outside of Mineral Springs. Plagued Zunra with Ray of Judgment, Rotten Zunra with Word of Censure, and Tainted Zunra with Signet of Judgment. So it's a bunch of smiting prayers as well. Got you, cave. They got you here. Oh. Maybe you died somewhere in all of that madness. that Mesmer is my high priority target. And Monk's a little bit preoccupied with the Monkin. I keep forgetting to reapply Critical Eye. It's not ideal, but oh well. Also, Ebon Battle Standard of Honor, real good with Barrage. Which is one of those things that's like obvious, but also I just wasn't thinking about. Take that. Make of that what you will. I'm gonna clear out your Spirit Horde because it's fun. Okay, never mind. You have a new Spirit Horde. Yeah, these minions are doing a lot of damage, actually. Huh. I've been avoiding minions because I was under the impression that their necromancers can steal them, but that might be region specific. Actually, I'm going to check that. Afflicted necromancer. During Winds of Change. It has Aegis and Aura of the Lich. Ah, I see. There is a an Aura of the Lich variety that uses like Prot Spirit and stuff. And then there's a Ritualist version that uses Weapon of Warding and Protective's Kalai. Those ones do have Virata's Aura, and they have Discord. So they can steal your minions if they are that variety. I think we might only be seeing the one variety here. This is generally why I avoid minions, because having all of your minions stolen sucks. And also why I included Virata's Aura, so that way Livia can do that to them. Virata's Aura is one of those spells, though. Once you use it, you kind of need to keep using it, or you're going to lose your minions, and that's no good. There's a Shrine of Zunra over here. I don't know if there is a Corrupted Zunra at this particular shrine, though. Bunch of Afflicted over that way. Yeah, there is not one at this. I think there's two back in there. Olivia losing some HP here and there to Masochism. A good counter to that is Vigorous Spirit, but obviously I don't have that in my party at the moment. This is actually going pretty well. If you've watched previous attempts at this particular quest, you know that I have a tendency to wipe a lot on this one. I don't know what you're Arcane Echoing. Reversal of damage, not what I would have chosen Arcane Echo, but maybe having it on a quick recharge would be good. I don't know. Well, Empathy sucks, but good. Minions can hopefully absorb some of the empathies. It could be one of those things where they're very, ow. Well. Things are going very badly now. What happened is we got a bunch of aggro around that corner over there, and I think that's part of what's causing has caused this particular wipe to occur. I'm gonna see what I can do to take out these warriors, because I would like fewer of them, but I may not be able to do much. Yeah, they have too much healing going on. And I got Invoked Lightning to death, so there's that. Oh, we're right by a Resurrection Shrine, though, so that's not too bad. I am going to use an Automaton Summoning Stone. And let's get rid of a little bit of that death penalty, shall we? Thankfully, the Initiate does not have to be kept alive in this mission. We just have to defeat the various tainted aspects. Plagued, rotten, tainted, infected, and diseased of Zunra. Initiate Tsurai is perfectly content to get back up. So, not having to keep an NPC alive for this one is huge benefit. Like, sanity. I do need to do something about the warriors in my backline. They're not good, but I want to get this monk out first. Where we run into one of the downsides of flat bows is their long flight time makes it easier for them to miss. There we go. That's been cleared up. How's everyone doing? Cool. Right. We are going to have a nice dance party right here. While I wait for my various heroes to not have very low energy. Aside from Livia. Livia's energy is okay, well, I guess we don't get to have that dance party after all. Livia's energy recovers as we kill things, so that one's not a huge deal. Ooh, a Plagueborn Scepter. Okay, this is a situation I don't quite like. Because we have multiple dudes that we have aggroed here. And by multiple dudes, I mean multiple idiot rangers with Frenzy on. But like multiple groups coming in and really giving us what's for. I think my party maybe doesn't have the stamina that some do because I don't have a BIP or anything like that. But I'll pull forward a little bit. Okay, well, I'm hitting this, so... Arcane Echoing... Or no, just regular Echoing Spirit Rift. Interesting. Well, we came through that one pretty well, so that's good. Yes, I want to go this direction. Spirit of Favorable Winds is actually good for me, so I don't necessarily want to take it out. Oh man, seeing P&H drop on me after getting hit with an empathy is really, really nice. Wow, that's a lot of Ray of Judgment. The good news is that they were all clumped together, so that made our AoE much more effective. I'm gonna have her do this. There. Now she won't be tempted to wait to make a bunch of minions. I think it would actually be a good idea to take down this group over here, because I don't want to fight multiples at the same time, if I can help it. Multiple groups, I mean. Friggin' Warrior's crazy knockdown effect. This one's really, 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 really awkward. Okay, well, not much we can do here except kind of collect aggro and do our best. Okay, that Elementalist, on the other hand, got within attack range. Part of the problem here is there's just this gigantic wall, and our angle of approach is kind of bad here. It might be a little bit better from the other side, I'm not sure, but I'd rather be fighting from over here, quite frankly. Well, the rest of my team did a real good job of clearing out most of this. I like how Tainted Zunra is freaking holding that thing with its foot. It's really funny. Yeah, it's going to go down pretty easily, though. Single boss by itself is not that impressive. Let this land be whole again. Whee! It's specifically if you hold down both mouse buttons with your mouse over the portrait that allows you to be able to rotate it. That's so interesting. I've never seen that before, so. Wow, Splinter Barrage is ludicrously good at taking care of Signo Spirits. Spirit Spammer clumps. Because they're all so close to each other that you basically get an arrow at each one. Just go ahead and use this. See, just a Spirit of Agony down the hill, but I say that, but I would rather it not be there. That Ray of Judgment there. Serenia. Okay, that foe is wanting to move positions a little bit. This area is a little bit tricky to try to approach just because you've got a lot of like different levels, which can make figuring out a good positioning a little bit trickier than you might think. Really glad for my time with the Ebon Vanguard up north, though, let me tell you. Yeah, so because these are the Protective Kalai varieties of Necromancer, while their Weapon of Warding is very annoying, they cannot steal our minions. Or, no, wait. No, they are the ones that can steal our minions, never mind. Yeah, it's the monk ones that can't. I don't know, I'm getting confused. What I'm saying is I'm not having my minions stolen as much as I thought I would. I thought that would be a bigger problem than it's proven to be. There is a resurrection shrine right over here, actually. That I don't think I'll need, but I also don't think it would hurt to activate. Okay, it is active. Really easy to overlook. Resurrection shrine, just kind of chilling off to the side, minding its own business, being useful. What I find really interesting about this particular build is how one critical hit results in like 3 energy numbers. So if I barrage and get a bunch of crits, I just get all these walls of energy numbers. It's kind of fun though. Okay, I wanted to approach from this side just because it's less narrowed in and less likely to have unintended aggro. Looks like my lights flickered up for a moment there. We had some issues the other day with the power kind of not going out but flickering hard enough to turn off computers. So hopefully it doesn't happen today. We're looking at into uninterruptible power supplies, but those do take a while to develop, as it were. By which I mean arrive and get set up and all that. So I think I want to go... I'm going to go around this way. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how to approach stuff because I want to make sure I'm not getting pincered. If I can help it with a lot of these fights. So I'm trying to see if I can find a nice way around. To get an angle that'll allow me to be able to confront one group and not like multiple groups at once. Yes, let me get an angle on these guys. That's what I want. I'd like to make sure these monks don't Ray of Judgment us. Okay. Shield of Absorption is going off back there, so I don't need to worry about minion stealing. Getting full, but it's not too bad yet. Okay, that clears a lot of that out. I do need to go up there, obviously, to take out that aspect of Zunra. I think this Necromancer is veering close enough that I want to take it out now. Well, that's obviously not good for our minions, but what you gonna do? When it becomes too late to interrupt, you're just gonna have to accept the fact that you're gonna get a little bit of a Ray of Judgment going on. So okay, so there's a Shrine of Zunra over there, but we want to take out this one here first. So we need to go back up to where that is. It's over here. The remaps for this game can be very misleading sometimes. I appreciate that they're using Kiran's Wrath, except for the part where that's just going to absolutely total our minion supply. May you find peace once more. No. And we've managed to get a little bit of aggro down this way. I like that she's saying blessings on Zunra and wishing for good cleansing for I don't remember if Zunra is male or female. For them. This golem's actually been doing a pretty solid job for us too. Happy about that. 33% additional critical chance. Pretty good. And I get what? 15% off of that? No, this'll do it. Be at rest now. Now I can see the initiate for my reward. This land has no need of heroes, only people with a will to be exceptional. Hooray! So we've finished that part. That went pretty well. We only had one party wipe. That's one that I've really dead-ended on in the past, where it's just like butting my head up against a wall and just getting absolutely wrecked by it. So I'm happy to have that one go as smoothly as it did as well. Like I said, I've had it go way worse. Hello, Initiate Tsudai. You've done well in aiding the people of Kantha and upholding the values of the Ministry of Purity, so that you continue to do so. You may wish to check in with Initiate Zayri once more to see how the battle has been progressing on the mainland. All right. Thank you. So we do, with the Initiate, we clear out Mr. Cho's estate with Zayri, and with her, Haiju Lagoon and Zendaijun. So with that, we are directed back to Kaineng Center. But I don't know about you, but I have a bit of a full inventory that needs a bit of clearing. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to run an ad break while I do. So it's one of those things where like figuring out how long those ad breaks should be, though, is a little bit of a trick. 'Cause I don't really know. Ooh, let's see what I got off this scepter. Oh man, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Wasn't really expecting anything else, but... I always like to salvage these pulsating growths. The salvage and either 6 bone or 6 dust, and are pretty useful either way in that regard as far as I'm concerned. I was coming over here because I thought the rune trader might be over here, but apparently I'm wrong. Harbound's not going to be worth anything anyway, so that's the only rune I got. Rune or insignia. Yes, I would like to buy a new salvage kit, thank you. The shield should be iron. Some shields are wood, though. Sometimes that takes me by surprise. Okay, cool. Sell this junk off. Yes, it's not any good. Thank you. All right, with that taken care of, we can go visit. Okay, whatever. Initiate Zayri over back in Kaineng Center. Hurrah. Good old Kaineng Center. Now, obviously, I'm going to want to change my party up a little bit. I was using Talcoro, Dunkoro, Elias? Yeah. Norgu, Daedalon. Now I'm trying to remember who all I had in my party. Parias. And was I running? Vec. I was running Vec. There we go. That's the team that I was running. Because I wanted enough enchantment stripping. Hopefully this can keep the empathies off of me. Alright. And I am going to switch back to doing normal ranger, or normal assassin things. Here, let's just put my dagger hat back on. I like the bar that I was running before generally, so reconstitute that with I am unstoppable. Brawling headbutt. Good ol' Death Blossom. Falling Spider, Falling Lotus. There we go. Ah, yes, this bar that has no elite skills because there's no elite skill that I want for it. Like, what elite skill could possibly be better for this bar than, like, Brawling Headbutt? There's no, like... This is the only thing that's close to a lead attack. I just want something that's quick to recharge. It's like there are... I guess I could theoretically replace the Zern Scan with Fox's Promise to try to get... Except this just doesn't do the same thing. This gets me through missing as well. So it's like there's just no skill that I'd want. It's awkward that that's the case, but that's the truth too. We just finished Xingje Island, so you missed Cleansing, Haiju Lagoon, and Zendaijun. And hello, Fear. Good to see ya. Let's see. Yeah. I think it was just those. So I just gotten back to the mainland. I'm going to talk to Initiate Zeri. I just reformed my 8-person team. Yeah, that's what's gone on so far. Hello, Initiates. Cleansing Rhea's Crater. I did not pull the NPC. I did it the normal way, where you end up dead, but late enough that the Initiate survives. It took a few tries, though. It took a few tries. I didn't want to figure out the process for pulling the NPC if I didn't have to, and it turns out, like, if I had failed that attempt, I might have given it, like, one more, but, and then tried to do the pulling strategy, but ended up I didn't need to, so. Cleansing Rhea's Crater. It is good to have you back. I see that you survived your time with Tsudiai. She is something of a hedgehog, I guess you might say. But don't you dare speak a word of that to her. Since you've been away, so she's cute but looks kind of prickly. Not quite sure what he means by a hedgehog. Bit of an odd descriptor of someone. Since you've been away, the Ministry of Purity has continued its push to remove the afflicted here on the mainland, and we have been blessed to see many new people joining our ranks. This is something Tsudiai was talking about as well. Where she's talking about how many Duad recruits they're getting that are have more passion than sense and needed to be properly trained to actually be effective and useful. So here we see him talking about new people joining the ranks. I imagine Zeri is a little bit more enthusiastic about it than Tsudiai is. She seems a bit more pragmatic, and he seems a bit more idealistic. It's kind of a neat little differentiation between them. But I mean, nevertheless, she was like trying to do what she could to help the place and fix things up with the with Zunra and cleansing Haiju Lagoon. Like, they're they're really trying to repair the damage that has been done. So they're doing important good work here. Anyway, so blessed to see many new people joining our ranks. That is the power that hope can bring, and that is the momentum that we have gained. I hope that you will get to see Raiko and Ashu speak soon, so you can understand the power of their words. Until then, we are bringing the fight to the outlying territories, the Jade Sea and the Echovold Forest. Of course, the afflicted still linger there. The Luxons and the Kurziks are too busy fighting one another to help their empire. Does anyone even know why they are still at war? I swear, they're a little better than savages. Well, showing some bias here, but understandable. Like, Zayri is presumably a Kaineng Cityr, I guess. What do you call somebody who's a member of the Canthan Empire that's not a Luxon or a Kurzik? Just a Canthan? Just a, I don't know, Kaineng Cityr? I don't know. Anyway, he's neither Luxon or a Kurzik, so he doesn't, and probably hasn't interacted with a lot of them, quite frankly. So mainlander maybe? Maybe. So he probably has a very biased view of them. And it's interesting, actually, now that he kind of brings this up, and now that I'm kind of bringing this up, just kind of thinking about what would they hear about those areas. They probably don't visit them because they're like, well, those areas are in conflict. I don't want to go visit a conflict zone. Who would want to go visit a conflict zone? And not really interacting with the Luxons or the Kurziks and learning about their culture. They probably don't have great ambassadorialship because they're too focused on fighting each other to really be worried about. Like, they just want to ignore that the Dragon Empire exists, I think. But, like, why are they fighting is a really good question. Does anyone even know why they're still at war? The answer is because they are unwilling to let go of grudges. And that's unfortunately something that happens to this day in the real world. There have been ancient grudges. People are brought up hating the other side and being told of all the atrocities they committed. And when you have something that's ingrained deeply like that, it's really, really hard to overcome. Not impossible, certainly, at least on the individual level. But at a national level, like when you have that kind of built into your culture that this other group hates us and we need to destroy them. And it can kind of come in some different flavors, but that basic, like, they're an enemy, when that's ingrained into you from childhood, that's really powerful stuff. And it's probably largely what's responsible for perpetuating this conflict here. So why are they still at war? Because they have been at war. And they've been at war for generations, and they have that, like, conflict mentality ingrained in them at this point. And that's why they're at war, because they don't know any other way. And to some extent, that does make them very savage. But the thing is, they do have rich cultures, and they are better than savages. They just have cultures that have a very deeply corrupted node in them. But it's interesting to think about how people who are just in the city, would be thinking about and discussing these the Kurziks and the Luxons, and sort of what the stereotypes they would have about them would be, and that sort of perception. And I think that kind of comes out here in what Zayri is saying, and I think that's rather interesting. So, of course, we as player characters have had a chance to interact with them and learn more about what their cultures are about. For what it's worth, I tend to sympathize more with the Kurziks than the Luxons, but that's just my own personality. Anyway, Zayri says his little biased line about them, which is a very understandable line. Like, if you were living in a place where it's like, our neighbors are constantly at war with each other, like, they're supposed to be part of our empire, but they don't really care about what's happening with us. All they want to do is kill each other. You would think that they're a little better than savages. It says, nevertheless, we will help them. It is our responsibility to lead by example. Okay, so help them by clearing out the afflicted. It says, a large portion of the Ministry's forces are dealing with the afflicted in Gyala Hatchery, and we have been tasked with assaulting the next target. We'll travel to Ria's Crater. Will you join me? I will go at once. I've seen it. I've seen it all. Yeah, we'll go to cleanse Ria's Crater. This one can be weirdly tricky. I wonder if I can leave from the Orios mines. That's a weird question I haven't really thought about. Who am I aligned with at the moment? I'm actually Kurzik at the moment. So this is probably not necessarily the ideal exit to leave from. But we'll see how this goes. Need to remember I'm all up in people's faces right now. This Resurrection Shrine will not be active for me because of that. Yeah, it is right next to... Oh, but Zeri does spawn over here. I'm curious to see how this goes. We will try leaving from here. This can be a little bit of a tricky place to go from. The main entrance area can just be surprisingly there's some stairs right here that you have to kind of go down that really give you bad attack angles and bottleneck badly and can really easily cause over aggro. So I'm kind of curious to see if I leave from here, do I get a better angle on attacking these enemies that can result in more success. It's possible I'll have a really awkward wipe here as well. We'll see. Because I didn't bother to try to get that Resurrection Shrine activated. It does mean a little bit more travel to this location as well, for what that's worth. And these guys have... I think they might have something... Yeah, they have Gale. Which, of course, is a knockdown. That I'd like to avoid being affected by. It's nice to have a BIP again. Just missing that on Xingje. Yes, I see. And that is a notable downside to going this particular direction. Mr. Stonebreak over there. With Shatterstone, appropriately named then it would seem. Fortunately, I have a number of Mesmers that can hopefully help. Salt spray dragons can be rather nasty. Soul Spray Dragons have Ride the Lightning, so they can blind you. In general, the Outcasts are very anti-enchantment as well, it should be said. Wow, a lot of bosses along this road. I'm glad to have diversion stripped from me. I didn't want to have to. Some stuff allows you to deal with diversion very easily. Pious Renewal is a really good example of that. But not anything on this bar. I either have to wait it out or sacrifice a skill, and I'd rather not do either. We will be attacking the afflicted groups in kind of the reverse order of what they expect. I think they anticipate most people will come to the afflicted groups from Seafarer's Rest. Currently under the control of Haha Made You Look. So... I'm currently under the Kurzik control as well. Well, this is a bit of a group. I think we should be able to take them, but... my brain's very much so in Xingje Island mode, forgetting how many people we have here. This is a cleave boss, I think. Immediately proved right by using cleave. man. Jade Sea in general is very unfriendly to enchantments. The Outcast have a lot of enchantment removal. Well of the Profane and Chillblains. Here's our Afflicted. And the Itakanji use Spirit of Disenchantment. Which actually I'm using Spirit of Disenchantment as well. Jade Sea hasn't changed much since I've seen it last. I wonder when it will begin to thaw. This is importantly timed. And unstoppable. Oh man. These warriors and assassins are really taking out my back line. Well, that'll get us to resurrect, I guess, somewhere. Huh. Not quite sure where we're going to end up, though. This shrine is not active. I don't know if that one is active. Okay, that one's active. So we ended up not getting as much benefit as I was hoping to get from going that direction in the end. Needed to prioritize the warriors in my backline more. They are actually quite a huge detriment. Although, I say that. These are the stairs that can be a huge problem, by the way. By coming down, or by coming that way, I have cleared out things. You can see those stairs can be a right mess to deal with. Some believe it is already beginning to thaw, deep below the surface. Who knows how long it will take before the seas are as they should be once more. Indeed. Wonder if they have spawns adjusted based upon where you come in. Perhaps when the afflicted are finally gone, the lands will begin to heal faster. One can hope. Perhaps so. Also, we did clear out a bunch of the enemies along the path that we're going to need to go in on now, so that's kind of nice. Although it means we have less opportunity for death penalty removal. So we don't have that much DP right now, though. Might as well salvage these two things. Perhaps the Ministry will even be able to bring the Luxons back into the fold. I can't abide a person who stands by and does nothing. Making sure these guys are grouped up really helps us kill them faster. These warriors are really tanky. I know it wasn't the worst decision to come from Arios Mines, but I don't think it was the best either. This spot is a little wonky to actually navigate. I think you actually go up over here. Okay, we've aggroed the local wildlife. These are the dragons of Dragon Stomp fame. No. Yeah, Storm Chaser is not a huge issue. Gives them some energy when hit by elemental damage, but does not stop me from being able to hit them via blocking. So. I got an Asura scan off, so I got some death penalty removed early. It's a weird skill. No, let's just loose around here. This is This is what I mean. This little part, like, geography is a little bit weird. I think you need to go up over here and then around. Part of it, too, is the minimap's a little hard to read. Because there's this... I think this is like a shadow here. Or something. No, there's not cropping of rock here. Oh. Maybe don't go over this way. This is what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, no, you do go over. You just go further over. Some of this is a little confusingly arranged here. There we are. These must be the last here. Even though they're right in front of me, I can only see past them to what comes next. Zayri is very excited about taking out more of the afflicted elsewhere and reconstituting the country, really. He wants to see this land he loves repaired. Made whole again, you know? And who can blame him? I just see him for my reward. Okay, let's go do that. Let's go see Initiate Zayri in town for my reward. And let's go see if our guard friend has anything new for us. Actually head over towards that Shunlai chest. Oh, I need to get a new identification kit, apparently. Whoops. That happens. Must describe. I'd like to know what superior rune I got, but until I go buy a new ID kit, I have no idea. Give me 9 gold. I'm missing 9 gold. Infiltrators, superior smiting prayers. I don't think either of those are worth anything. Infiltrators isn't bad. It's certainly, if I were to pick one, that's the one I'd favor because bows and spears deal piercing damage, and you're going to be able to have more of those sorts of enemies targeting you at once. And from, like, further away and stuff. Yeah, only Night Stalkers has some value of those. Superior Smiting Prayers, it has a little bit more value, but not enough to kind of bother with. Oh, dude, they have... Okay, Protection Prayers is back. I think Ogden was missing that. I had somebody missing a minor protection prayers. I think it was Ogden. So let's remember I need to put Vac back in, but I want to... Yeah, is Ogden our boy here? Okay, and Vac, you can return to the team. I'm really glad that you can open the chest and just have the panel open and just use it from wherever in town once you've opened it. That'd really be annoying if you had to walk back to it every time you wanted to use it. Okay, I don't need any of these things. If I had more monks, I could see making some of them have super smiting prayers. It's very useful. But, Lei Jang apparently has like 6 quests over the course of time here. We've done 3, I think. Our work is almost at an end. We'll only have one last battle to fight in the Jade Sea, but I suggest preparing yourself. It's going to be a big one. This is our last battle here on the Jade Sea, but this won't be easy. The Afflicted have massed in incredible numbers at the Silent Surf. Other members of the Ministry of Purity are traveling there as well. We will need a large show of force if we are to win this battle. It's almost as though the Afflicted know that their backs are against the wall, and all they can do is desperately lash out like this. It's a futile effort, though. For the good of everyone, we will put them to rest. Will you fight with us? We'll win this one together. Cleansing the Silent Surf. So yeah, we take care... So kind of the basic flow that we've had so far is we've taken care of the mainland, Area Seer. We've taken care of the city and Pengmai Valley. And then we head over to Xingzhou and take care of the areas there where they're afflicted. So Minister Cho's Estate, Haiju Lagoon, and Zendaijun. And now we are taking care of a couple of areas that have afflicted here. So they mentioned the afflicted in Gyalahatcher being taken care of by the ministry itself. We took out the ones in Rias Crater, and now we have some in the Silent Surf to take care of. Of course, we will then have some stuff in the Ekwald Forest. One supposes. Okay. I'm going to keep with this team for the time being, because I like it well enough. Hey, Kyoto. Oh man, you can get some enchanting dirks here. 2020 healing Ankh. But you need Azure Crests. Actually, You know what? I'm actually going to go back into town because I want to grab a little bit of cash. And I'm going to actually get the bounty here. Or the blessing. Because if I do that... yeah, there's Leviathan Pits. If I go ahead and grab that, then I'll be able to, A, have the permanent buff while doing this battle, and B, get a bunch more Kurzik faction, which I will want for other purposes later. You see also that we have a bunch of ministry support with us, bladesmen and purgers and clerics and a captain. So we are being additionally supported. Let's go ahead and summon as well. This one can be quite rough. Hello, Kurzik Priest. I am the caretaker of the shrine. What is your business here, my child? I'm interested in blessings. Yes. Which will give you plus 25 maximum health. It also gives you plus 3 health regeneration, so I don't know why he doesn't mention that. And you also gain Kurzik faction for hunting in this area. Boss creatures provide bonus faction. Normally I wouldn't think about doing that, but the idea crossed my mind, so I figured, you know what, why not? We're here. We're blue. Might as well. Might as well lean into it. Starting with these creeping carp who are going to be nice. This one can be quite difficult, by the way. Oh my goodness. Would y'all maybe, I don't know, have slightly less? What was it? Painful bombs? No. Whatever. The snaring thing. Ooh, 300 gold. I always like getting 300 gold. I don't tend to like to open chests with keys because the contents are rarely going to be more valuable. I like the idea of the key system. I just don't like the likelihood of extreme non-value that it kind of comes with this specific implementation. But yeah, like I said, this particular mission tends to be one that I think of as being quite challenging. There's a lot of Afflicted that'll attack us here. Not as bad as other ones because you can resurrect, but it's similar to Shenzhen Tunnels. Maybe a little bit not as bad, but very similar for that one. Look alive! Our enemy is upon us. Or are we upon them? Thinking face emoji. These elementalists need to go down. At level 24, they do hit it a little bit harder. You'll notice, by the way, that we just had a bunch of Afflicted jump in back here. Do not neglect this. Save at your own peril. That's what you can do. Bring really bad minions. That way, if they steal them, they're wasting their time and effort. That's the true stealth play. Although that was a slash monk one, so those ones don't steal. Oh, cool. We get a nice little counter for enemies slain as well. That's nice. The safety of Kantha, you will be terminated. Some of those lines help serve as like markers to where you're at in the missions, which is kind of nice. In the name of the Mystery of Purity, I will put you to death. Okay, but like maybe let's not stand in meteor showers. Oh yeah, we're gonna start collapsing here. That's what happens when you stand in meteor showers, people. That's why I said maybe don't. It's possible. No, Vec does not have a Resurrect. None of my guys have Resurrects. Cool. On the other hand, Vec may not get any death penalty. Ooh, he just Chillblains some guys. I really like having Chillblains on an Elementalist because it feels like a sweet sort of revenge. I'm going to... Okay, that wasn't the best Clovers, but that'll be good enough. Just because of how often Elementalists get wrecked by Chillblains. So having an Elementalist wreck things with Chillblains is just like, very sweet. Come to us and find your final release. We'll free your spirit from its torment. Of course, Zayri is talking not about the Ida Kanji that we're fighting here, but about the Afflicted that we're just died to. Hooray, Iron Ingots from the Tall Shield. There's Amadis, Wind of the Sea. It's a Gust boss, so if you're looking for Gust, you can find that guy. He has a patrol usually, so he's typically running around. I don't know why he's not right now. So this is one of those things where this mission becomes real painful. Because they attack you from multiple sides, and then you just get these huge hordes. And it hurts. And this is another one where you have to be careful about over aggro as well. Warrior in my backline's not great. Thankfully, I have a flat bow on this character that I can use to pull some of these mobs. Hey, you. Come over here. I probably got his attention, but he's casting favorable winds, so... one of those situations where it's like, hey, come over here and fight us, but just some of you, please. Okay, you got the message. This well of blood is very nice. Okay. That's been taken care of. Ow, as well. Those rangers drop a soul explosion that keeps going for a few seconds. So, impossible? Impossible. There's still more of them? No matter. We'll take all that come. Yeah, this is one of the things that'll happen. Is, killing certain groups will trigger more groups to spawn. So, just being a little cautious here is kind of important. Talcora, maybe if you hadn't tried to face tank their front line, you would not have died to their front line, taking off your face. Okay, whatever, that's enough fighting that warrior for the moment. These mesmers need to go down. Sometimes your job is to be the assassin and assassinate their backline. Fight on! They may have numbers, but we have justice. The ancestors are on our side. I'm just trying to check to see. Yep, here comes another group. That sounded like another group is spawning, so I wanted to keep an eye out for that. Oh man, nothing like a knockdown to make an enemy truly vulnerable to your assaults. Okay, not calling out another group. I think that means one hasn't spawned. I think. Although you can see there are quite a few over here, so I'll need to do a cleanup in Isle Afflicted in a moment anyway. This is where I really want that critical strikes short bow. It's really helpful if I'm fighting these guys in the backline, though, because it encourages Vec to blind them. Which, of course, helps decrease the damage that they deal. You know what would be really interesting? If assassins had, like, an innate plus 5% move speed. The numbers swell. We are nearing the end. Brace yourselves and fight. Fight for Cantha. To think that there were so many of them. I've never seen them fight like this. It's almost like they knew what they were facing. It's almost like they knew what they were facing. It's almost like they knew what they were facing and what this battle meant. Do you think we did what was right? This is what's important. Come on, the Ekvold Forest awaits us. Apparently this group doesn't matter. I'm gonna kill him anyway. But apparently this group is entirely optional. I don't know why. I don't trust this ritualist. go. All right. How did I do? I got about 1,000 faction from that. Maybe a little bit more. That's not bad. All right, let's go back and see initiate Zeri for my reward. They're really getting into it. Taking care of these afflicted. I agree with them, though. They need to be taken care of. They are a huge problem. Although something that they are seeding in there is the idea of sympathizing with one's enemies, which will be a relevant plot element later. Let's go ahead and move those over. I'm going to move these around so I can put stuff next to each other. I would probably be served by maxing out my material storage, but meh. I'd want more straight up pains first. Okay, Zeri. How we doing? The Jade Sea is cleansed. We are finally at the end of our task. The next battle will be our last against the Afflicted. Are you ready? We've finally backed the Afflicted into a corner, and this is it. The other members of the Ministry who were engaged in Drazak thickets have joined us, and we're going to need their support. Do you remember that abomination we fought at Pengmai Valley? It's just like that. Well, and this time, it isn't alone. There's several of them. Well, that's the way of the world, isn't it? Nothing is ever easy. Nothing worth fighting for, anyway. But think of it. The land is finally purged, and Raiko's vision has been brought to fruition. The fighting can end, and the reconstruction can begin. The ancestors have looked upon us favorably thus far. Will you join us at Morastov Trail to be part of our greatest victory? Remember this dialogue. This dialogue is really important, and what he's communicating here is really important. There's a lot to say. I don't know how much I want to pre-discuss things that are going to happen in later parts of Winds of Change. But this is a really, really, really important sentiment that he's saying, that he's putting a pin in. Raiko's vision has been brought to fruition. Remember, the Ministry of Purity was founded on the principle of cleansing the land from the corruption wrought by Shiro Togachi. It is purifying Kantha from that affliction, from that corruption, and restoring proper order. This principally takes the form of killing off the afflicted. By purging the afflicted numbers, by wiping them out, the land is able to be free from the affliction, and people are able to live in peace because the afflicted are no longer going to be preying on them. It is not limited to that. We've already seen that. Particularly on Xingzhe Island, we had the quest to take care of and cleanse things with Initiate Suriai in the form of cleansing Haiju Lagoon, which had been corrupted, and also in the form of cleansing the Zunra, who had been corrupted by the consequences of the affliction and its lingering malaise. So we've seen several instances already where this is kind of a big deal, right? This the effects of the affliction are a big deal, and cleansing the corruption is an important task that is being undertaken. So we have that element going on here, and that's important to remember. We have also seen in some of the side quests that there are still the normal shenanigans going on between the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood. But also that the Ministry of Purity is looking in general to cleansing. So when we had the corruption in the Undercity, that ended up being the work of an Ampha, we cleansed those areas that were being corrupted. The Ministry of Purity thus far has been fighting against corruption, especially the corruption left by Shiro Togachi. So sometimes that's being perpetuated by the Ampha, but by and large is being perpetuated by the Afflicted and the consequences of the Afflicted presence. So what we have going on here is Raiko's vision is a land free from the taint of Shiro's corruption. So at least that is what is currently being presented to us as her vision. We've obviously not had it explicitly spelled out to us. We've not seen her speak or anything. But the basic point is the Ministry of Purity was founded to wipe out the affliction and the consequences thereof. And it's almost done. It's almost like finished. We just have this one last group in Morosov Trail where there's a bunch of elite skills you can capture if you want to. And once that's been taken care of, her vision will have been completed. And what Initiate Zeri is looking forward to is the fighting can end. There's no more afflicted to fight, so the enemy is gone, so the fighting can come to an end. And the process of rebuilding everything that was damaged by Shido and his hordes can begin. That's the reconstruction. So he's very much so looking at things this way. He's looking forward to this. The idea to him, he was talking about he can barely see the afflicted before him because he's so looking forward to what comes afterwards. What comes afterwards is rebuilding the nation, the Dragon Empire, that has been... Let's go ahead and... This is the last one. Let's make it momentous. But it is rebuilding after, like, the effects of all of this. And so, like, that's really the next step that he's looking forward to, and that I think others likely here are looking forward to. But it requires, this one last effort, this one last confrontation, taking out the afflicted in Morosov Trail. So let's go do that. I just checked, and he doesn't have any more quests for me just yet. So that's going to be kind of the next... I don't know when he has quests next, but... So we're going to go from the Dorheim Archives. This is just the convenient location to go from. I actually should make sure before I go to grab some plat so I can get the bounty here as well. Because we're going to have several bosses to fight. Actually, before I wander out there. What elites are the ones that are available here? Earthshaker, Magebane Shot. Magebane Shot's not hard to get. Ray of Judgment, Lingering Curse, Energy Surge, Blinding Surge, Way of the Assassin, and Soul Twisting. So this is... Most of those are not too bad to get otherwise, except Earthshaker is kind of a pain. So if you want Earthshaker, this is not a bad place to get it. Okay, well, let's go take out some enormous afflicted, shall we? Seems like a good idea to me. We have a bunch of ministry officials here to help us, as well as Initiate Zeri. Hello, Initiate. Hey, Woofruth. Thank you very much for the cheer and the bits. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Greetings, friend. I hope that this day finds you well. It does, for the moment. Go ahead and grab our blessing here. All right. So we have some of the standard wildlife. The afflicted are all kind of in a big ring around over there. So let's go take care of them. Let's go get over to them. It's actually more accurate. So give an opportunity for the Ministry of Purity to make some of these minions happen. No, my I'm Unstoppable is about to end. No, None Shall Pass got me. Dredge Gardeners are the primary target amongst the Dredge. If you don't know, the Gardeners use bonds, which make everything else tankier, so it's important to take them out. Not to mention that they just straight up heal things, so. Alright, let's go get started, I guess. There's a bunch of afflicted here. There's 8 bosses. One for each of the Canthan professions. The world is waking up from your nightmare. Come and meet your end. I was very excited about it. Who can blame him? Most of the Monstrous Afflicted are not quite as tanky as the Monstrous Afflicted Warrior. That one's by far the tankiest. These were a lot more vulnerable to Barrage. Splinter Barrage, but that's okay. We'll get some good bonus stuff from them. The Monstrous Afflicted Warrior is definitely, like, the toughest of them. In terms of, like, toughness, not difficulty, if that makes sense. Ow. Yeah, you can see that one's down already, but a bonus 125 faction, so probably get at least 1,000 faction from the boss monsters in this, so that's cool. It makes picking up that bounty worth it if you want that. Ow, that Ray of Judgment is very painful. You. Ooh, a Monstrous Claw. It doesn't really matter to me which order I go in. Let's go over this way first, where the Monstrous Afflicted Mesmer is hanging out. Shame and Guilt are really hard to remember which one does which. Shame is, though, targeting an ally. Guilt is targeting an enemy. If I remember correctly, which I might not. Blocking. Oh. Displacement will do that, yeah. You get Morale Boost really quickly out here, too. I don't know what this thing's using to block, but I don't have to stand for it. Oh, good. I apparently got my Death Blossom distracting shotted in there somewhere. So this gives you another chance to capture Earthshaker off of the warrior if you want it. Again, this one's easily the tankiest of them. In part because it has some monk defensive spells that it can cast on itself. If you have a bunch of enchantment removal, it's a lot less that way. Take that Mending Touch. Yeah, Shield of Absorption, Mending Touch. There we go. Now we just have the Assassin over here. Has Way of the Assassin, but I believe I captured that already. Yeah, it's right there. It should be the last one, and then we'll have defeated all of the Afflicted, everyone. That'll be exciting. I can't believe it. I've spent over a year of my life working towards this day. And now that it's here, I don't know how to feel. I only hope that my father is at rest now, and that I have done his memory proud. I'm certain that he is. What will you do next? I think I'd like to visit Tanagai Temple before I return home. I have some respects to pay to the departed. I hope that our paths will cross again. Okay, and then we can go visit the Initiate for our reward. Okay, so the question becomes, now that we've defeated all of the Afflicted and their goal has been accomplished, what now? Like, that's not necessarily an illogical place for it to end. Oh, it's an Alliance Battle bonus week. Must be why it's going so crazy there. Well done. There's no way that we could have come this far without your aid. You should speak with Zhang He in Shikwing Skyway. I am certain that he will wish to personally reward you for your efforts, now that our job is done. As for me, I intend to go home and rest, but only a brief respite. There's still so much to do. Yeah, and what he's talking about that there is to do is the reconstruction efforts, right? Like, the Afflicted are no longer menacing people. That means they can turn all of this manpower to infrastructure, repair work, and hopefully they can kind of turn this momentum to implementing some, like, much-needed help for the people who have suffered from the plague that came with Shiro and the affliction and all of that. There's a lot of repair work that needs to do, but that's not something that this game would cover, because this is not a building game. So, but we'll talk to Zhang He soon. First, let's check. Does our friend over here have any new quests for us? No, it's not. So yeah, this is a place where Winds of Change has a very specific thing that it is doing. And a very specific story that it is telling. And a really important part of that story is what happens when a group has been built on achieving a goal that it then achieves. This is something that, like, is being played out in a very, like, literal sense here, in the forms of fighting against an enemy, right? But the battle's won. There's a lot of people who benefited from that battle, though. And one of the key people is anybody who gained power by rallying people around them. They have gained something. What are they going to turn their efforts to now? It's a good question. It's an important question. But it's been suggested, you know, I'm gonna just keep a plat on me. It might be useful for buying bounties or whatever. This is a really significant moment. So our next part is in Shikwing Skyway. Go talk to Zhang He. What is the Ministry of Purity's purpose now that they have achieved the goal of taking out the Afflicted? Maybe it can turn towards reconstruction. Maybe there's still areas that need to be, like, where the land has been tainted that need to be cleansed. But, you know, to some extent, the wind has been taken out of their sails, theoretically. But what do you say, Zhang He? So, you're the one I've been hearing about from Zeri. We can talk later. Right now, we've got a situation on our hands. I don't doubt your familiarity with the Ampha or the role they had in spreading the plague. We've received reports of an Ampha courier heading towards Bajunkan Pier with a heavy escort and carrying something suspicious. Given that it's happening now, it is safe to assume the worst. We need to know what is in that case, and we need it destroyed. Most of the Ministry is busy with reconstruction efforts and training the surge of new recruits we've received. We're closest to the situation, so we should deal with it. And with me along, we don't really need the others. Let's leave now. So, this feels a little suspicious. But, you know, Ampha have been a problem. And they did have a role in spreading the plague, so it kind of makes sense that we'd want to make sure that they don't try to sabotage some of these reconstruction efforts. And, like, with the people's focus no longer on the Afflicted, maybe it's turning a bit more towards the gangs. That would make some amount of sense, right? And, like, it is a question, like, they do jeopardize the safety of the place that people are living in with their gang warfare. So, I love solving mysteries, especially with force. So, let's intercept this Ampha. Now, Bajunkan Pier, if you don't recall, is all the way up here. So, that will be the direction that we will head. I'm just trying to decide. Yeah, whatever. I don't have enough room on my skill bar for everything that I'd potentially want to do. It's fine. No, there's down over here. This is one of those things where I'm trying to remember how to navigate the center here. Requires me to go over around this way. Hi, Shay Wong. Wow, he does not say much. He introduces himself and wishes us a good day. Let's go to the Bajunkan Pier. There, the courier is ahead. Stop him before he reaches the ship. I'll remain here to cut off the reinforcements from behind. All that you have done means nothing. Absolutely nothing. So pitiful. Empire decided they want to attack us. Hey, they have Swap. That's kind of cool. Swap is one of those spells that I think can be really useful in some circumstances. Because of its relatively quick recharge. Now, this is a really important... The stairs are right here. We need to take these ones. Just give up and leave while you still have your life. Zamfire not that bulky. What kind of fool runs blindly to his own death? You've made a mistake by coming here. These are not your lands, and these are not your affairs, but you've made yourselves our problem. So now we're going to deal with you. What? I'm a Canthan. I'm a native to Cantha. What do you mean these are not my lands? Well, a lot of players would probably be playing a foreign character, given that this is 1/3 of the possible starting locations, so... Man, I miss playing a monk. I haven't played a monk in a while. These Savannah Heat Necromancers are kind of rough. They're actually especially good against people who are spamming spirits. So, because Savannah Heat's going to really cook some spirits. That's useful to remember. One of the nice things at this point, though, is without any Afflicted anymore, we don't have to worry about Afflicted Soul Explosion being a gigantic pain in the rear end. Or the face, depending upon how you want to look at it. So that's notable. Give me your Plague Idol. What even is this? Like a Plagued Hand? I mean, worshipping the plague is maybe a bit weird of a choice. Hello, Ampha Courier. I see you were applying poison. What? Give me your case. See Jean-Hay for my reward. It's probably back in the Skyway, but I'm actually going to walk back and see if he says anything. The reason why I was pointing out the stairs, by the way, is there's an upper route that's very easy to accidentally walk on that doesn't actually go anywhere. It just kind of cuts off at like this pagoda over here. And that can be like require a lot of running back and forth to try to figure out how to get down. I've done this quest a number of times where I've just like missed seeing the stairs and just ran off in the wrong direction. Got myself caught. I love the sound of seagulls. It's kind of an aside just hearing it here. So yeah, this path right here Just goes over to where this pagoda is. It does not actually go down to the docks anywhere. So if you go that way, you've gone the wrong way, and I have done that numerous times. Hello, Jean-Hey. Do you say anything? We will create a better world than this one. Maybe not for ourselves, but for those that follow us. What greater responsibility do we have than to safeguard future generations? It's a good question. It is an important goal. To safeguard future generations. I'm trying to figure out. This is radiant armor. This is clarity. That's a major. Oh, these are fortitude. That's how it works. I was trying to figure out where my health was coming from. My fortitude daggers is the answer. Answer I was missing to my quandary. Well, that wasn't too bad. Let's see what this this mysterious package is, eh? Time to see what this case contains. What the? Of all the sickening... These are plans. Instructions about the magics necessary to make a chalice of corruption. So, let's step back. The chalice of corruption, he says, I'm certain that you recognize that name, along with its significance. For those who may not remember, the chalice of corruption is a quest chain that you can do earlier on. Now, the Ampha were rather taken with the plague, and they were trying to figure out how to use it to improve their own power. The Chalice of Corruption could basically infect somebody with Shiro's plague. And if you were strong enough, you would kind of survive it. But if you were not, you would become afflicted. So you could, at the time, turn in the Chalice of Corruption to the Empire and whatnot, or you could drink from it and fight some afflicted and stuff. So the Chalice of Corruption is a pretty nasty thing because it could potentially reignite the afflicted menace. So we really, really do not want a Chalice of Corruption to exist. As far as I'm aware, the existing ones either like got ruined or whatever through some of that quest, canonically speaking, or have been otherwise confiscated or destroyed. It was not a well-known thing about how to make them. So what Shanhei is saying is that what we have just managed to acquire are the plans about how to make a Chalice of Corruption, which could restart and reintroduce the affliction that Shiro began. We really do not want that happening. So this is really important. And it's good that we have intercepted these plans so they couldn't propagate out. But one of the things that he was observing right here, so let's continue, he says, this means that someone within the Ampha knows how to create this. We need to find out who that is, and we need them exterminated. Their knowledge can die with them. This world has no room for the kind of person who would knowingly inflict suffering upon others in this way. I will formulate a plan. Return and speak with me again later. This was probably a cutoff point between releases, if I had to guess, based on that line. Okay. This says, the Ampha are little better than carbuncles, unsightly blemishes festering on the glorious face of Kaineng. They lurk in places decent people fear to go, and time has emboldened them. The Dragon Empire does little to stop them, and the Ampha brazenly walk the streets as a result. As much as I am loath to say it, that may work in our favor. When an organization becomes so large and so recognizable, it becomes difficult to keep secrets. Secrets are a valuable commodity to some. They can be bought and sold, if you know where to look. We should travel to the marketplace. Its name carries more connotations than the obvious. We should be able to learn something there if we speak to the right people. But remember to play this smart. If you go in there and demand answers, people will suspect you. If you accept, then speak to me again when you are ready to go. I will take us there. Espionage is practically my middle name, eh? I don't know about that. Okay, so I'm going to go grab some more platinum just in case it would be useful in such an endeavor. So what he's basically saying is like, who likes the Ampha, who likes the Jade Brotherhood, right? These gangs are causing all sorts of havoc and mischief on the streets. We're fighting them constantly. They are no good. And the Ampha are particularly conniving. The Jade Brotherhood are kind of more of a gang of upper-class miscreants. But the Ampha are, like, not, like, they are way worse in some regards, in terms of, like, they are going to very, like, they're the ones that you find in the sewers, right? You find at the Ampha in the sewers, not the Jade Brotherhood, typically speaking. And so the Ampha here are the ones that really embraced the plague. They embraced the corruption. They're seeking strength from it. And what he's observing is that we need, like, somebody in the Ampha drew up the plans that we intercepted, the plans for a Chalice of Corruption, and he wants to make sure that we stop that person from drawing up more plans or even making another Chalice of Corruption, because we really don't want one of those happening. We don't want one of those reintroducing the affliction, and so on. And, like, whoever would, like, do that sort of suffering to others. Now, keep in mind, from the Ampha's point of view, the Chalice of Corruption allows them to seek strength, not necessarily for the purposes of inflicting suffering on others, but some of them could certainly use it that way, and it could certainly be used that way, and we really don't need the affliction returning. So, our goal here is to try to figure out who it is that knows how to make a Chalice of Corruption, so that way we can get rid of them and their knowledge. Living up to my character's profession, as it were, of assassin. So, make certain that you are ready. We must head to the marketplace. Well, I'm ready. Hello? Yeah, he just has a standard dialogue. So there's a bunch of people here that we can talk to, and we can discuss with them stuff that's going on, and try to get some information about the Ampha here. Hello, Jawen. I come here often when I need inspiration for my stories, and seeing so many different kinds of people come together, people whose paths would otherwise never cross, it's kind of bizarre, isn't it? It makes you feel as though you've stepped through the shadows into some other world. Wait, yes, that's it! Otherworld Through the Shadows will be the title of my next book. It'll be dark and mysterious, with an edge of raw, sensual appeal. Oh, I can already feel the money pouring in. All right, well, you go about your authorial business. Let's see. What do you say, Pan? There's a bunch of different people that you can talk to here. Well, hello! Can I interest you in something that you can really sink your teeth into? If you get what I mean, these are very special goods, the likes of which you won't find anywhere else. Oh, I'm very interested. Tell me about these special wares. When it comes to my arts, I know things that no one else does. I've traveled across the land, searching far and wide, all secrets to understand, the power that they hide. Once you've had a taste of what I am offering, you won't consider speaking to anyone else. This is a good old Pokemon theme song reference. So that's fun. Alright, I'm sold. What's it going to cost me? 25 gold. 25 gold for the best bread you will ever have in your entire life. Wait, did you just say bread? I was actually hoping to purchase information about the Ampha. I think your espionage skills need a bit of work. I'm clearly just a baker. But let me tell you this, the Ampha are everywhere, and they're not always out in the open. Someone here is one of them. I guarantee it, but I don't know who. If you find the information you're looking for, be careful of it. How do you know it isn't someone telling you exactly what they want you to hear? I'll keep that in mind, thanks. That is a good warning. I wish you could buy bread from him. That'd be cool. What do you say, Vidi? Look at this place. I feel as though I'm surrounded by the dregs of Canthan society. Maybe the Ministry of Purity should spend less time dealing with the afflicted and more time dealing with the sicknesses that are plaguing us from within. Decent folk like myself can scarcely walk the streets anymore with any modicum of safety. Well, they have finished dealing with the afflicted. This is an important expression of sentiment, right? This guy is higher class, and he wants the lower classes gone because they make him feel unsafe. And yeah, I mean, to some extent, it's understandable too. we have the effects of the afflicted around us, or the gangs around us and such. So, it says, welcome to the marketplace. You can find anything that you're looking for here, as long as the price is right. Well, I'm good for it, if you've got what I want. Right to the point, I like that. So let's talk business. What can I interest you in? The Ampha has been on the move recently. I need to know more. The Ampha, I might know something, but it's valuable information that makes it dangerous. What can you offer me to make it worth the risk? There's no risk to you. The Ampha will have to deal with me, and that will be the end of them. I see. Don't be surprised, but I already know who you are and what you've accomplished. I believe it when you say that you can deal with the Ampha, but consider this. If I know who you are and what you're after, then how many other people know? And what will they do with that information? I will offer you this much, a name. Jejo, Shadow Whispered. Find him, and you'll find what you're looking for. I'll keep that in mind. Well, that seems important. Jeff over there. Hello, Chi. How are you doing? Fancy armor you're wearing there, stranger. You looking for some company? Company, no. Information, yes. Information is something I'll always have a steady supply of, as long as people keep talking in their sleep. Looking for information about the Ampha. Those Ampha thugs don't know how to treat a lady like me. I just might have the information you are looking for, and I may be willing to share it. Or maybe I don't and won't. I'm a very mysterious woman. I know exactly what a lady like you is interested in. Have some gold. You're a lot less naive than you look. I'm not sure how much sense you can make of it. Whatever the Ampha are planning, they have sent more of their thugs to be involved than I've ever seen before. So many of them to take time off from terrorizing shopkeepers and shaking down honest working ladies such as myself. Well, let's just say that whatever they're up to must be very important to them. Let you get back to work now. So she's clearly a sex worker there. It appears that you might be a little too clever for your own good. Savor the knowledge that you've gained while you can, because it's going to die here with you. Looks like this was their idea of a trap. They've got the marketplace covered. Let me tell you about something. Never put me in a trap. Worse foes than you have tried. Now think about that. How did that end up for them? We say, well, I think that was the boss. I wasn't paying that close of attention because I was reading the dialogue. John Hay has a Ray of Judgment as an aside. That's where you were seeing it from. We're a little spread thin here at the moment. I'm gonna take care of some of these guys on the stairs. What am I gonna do? So I'm gonna go on here. Just get some additional damage in. Maybe protect myself. Well, this isn't going great. My party was defeated. Yes, it was. I blame bad management. Okay, so I think I need to do that again. I've never actually had that happen before, but I think that was because I aggroed very, very badly. I guess it gives me more opportunity to talk to some of the NPCs, though. I see him. What do you say, Jeff? Know things? Know things? Yes, I know things. A great many things. Ask me about the birds that live in my hair. Ask me. That feels like a Final Fantasy 13 reference. But I don't know. Obviously, he's a little bit unreliable. What? Oh, gods. They can't see me talking to you. Whoa there, calm down. Who can't see you talking to me? They, them! Oh no, is that one of them now? Oh, what do you want? I just want information on the Ampha. Do you know anything? What? No, nothing. I know nothing. I can't walk in this muck. No footing at all. You know, they are working with the Ampha, plotting against you. If you tell me what you know, the voices will stop. Okay, I know that there is a big cup. They love their cup. It is their precious. Ha! And they say I'm mad, carrying that stupid cup around, oh so carefully clutching it in their dirty, filthy hands. But what if the cup is precious? They like it? Perhaps I should like it. I must have it. The six only know what the chalice would do to your already vibrant personality. I bid you farewell. Yeah, so that's a little dubious. I'm gonna just preemptively summon a golem. Isn't this supposed to be a marketplace? Aside from that baker over there, it seems like most people are just standing around being shady. Actually, maybe that baker is the shadiest of them all. What mysteries does his bread hold? Who knows? Hello, Nails. You're looking for something? I'm after something very specific. Maybe you can help me find it. You'll look like a dredge, only more so. The Ampha, tell me what you know about them now, or by the time I'm done with you, you'll look like a dredge, only more so. That's an interesting taunt. Oh yeah? Usually I don't find much fights. Is that what this is about? You want to fight? Yeah, I'm looking for a fight, but it's with the Ampha, not you. Ampha, huh? That's a pretty serious fight you're picking. You must be crazy, or stupid. Maybe both. Either way, I like you. You seem like an alright sort of person. So you'll help me then? Yeah, here's what I know. Ampha came to me not too long ago. They were looking for some extra muscle help with a job in the Pui Quarter. Sounded like they were moving someone or something. Whichever, it seemed like a big deal. Maybe you should look into that. I'll have a look. I'm itching for some trouble. Let's see. I don't know if it's interacting with the right people or what. I'm just going to click through these again. Yeah, there's Fa Yu the Shadow's Eye walking in here. It appears that you might be a little too clever for your own good. Savor the knowledge that you've gained while you can, etc. It's like, this is their idea of trap. Let me tell you something. Never put me in a trap. Worse foes than you have tried. But how did things end for them? Okay, these guys are closer. The important thing here is to make sure that I'm managing my aggro, so I'm not splitting my party too far. That's absolutely what did me in last time. Rada's Sacrifice, that's an interesting choice. Okay, so these guys are good in causing conditions. So that's important to remember. I want to get their assassins off of my back line, so... Yeah, this is going a lot better because I'm trying to stay on my party more and not run off to the side as much. Oh, I'm surprised I hit. There's lightning reflexes there. Now that the trash has been dealt with, what have you learned? Looking for someone named Jejo, Shadow whispered. There's something going on in Nipui Quarter that is There's something going on in the Nipui Quarter that has drawn the attention of a large number of Ampha, and it's likely that the two are related. And we know where we must head next. Whoever this Jejo is, he's important enough to the Ampha that they can no longer afford to act discreetly. He must have some connection with the Chalice of Corruption. Let's go find out. Again, we want to stop this corruption business. We don't want it to spread. Although this almost seems like it'd be more the business of the Imperial Guard. That's one of the things. It's very easy for us to kind of blend these groups together, but the Imperial Guard is an organization that, you know, is ostensibly tasked with the protection of these lands. So hello, Jean-Hay. This was a worthwhile endeavor. We have learned the name of the one we are after, and where they will be. As a bonus, we removed a little filth from the streets. All that's left is to remove the threat, so that it never rears its head again. Come, and speak with me once more when you are ready. You've done well. With the information you've gathered, we know that we're searching for someone named Jejo, Shadow whispered, that he is likely in Nipui Quarter, by way of Senji's Corner. We don't know yet what the connection is between him and the Ampha's movements, but that they are related at all tells me much. This is a threat to the people of Cantha, and it must be dealt with before any harm comes of it. Well, we must act quickly. Yeah, because that seems like the sort of thing that is very likely to be a problem. But let's go take care of some of the stuff in my inventory before we go wandering off any further. I don't think there's a rune trader here, but I could be wrong. You never know where some of these NPCs are, you know? There's a skill person right over there, Akane. Hello, Inugami. Please take these things. Thank you. Right, I'd grabbed a bunch of gold for... I remembered that there was, like, some NPCs that wanted some money. I think if you go in there without any, you can still do some stuff, but... Okay, is there anything in particular that I want to do to prepare for this? One of the things I was noticing is there's a lot more... or a lot of conditions that I was dealing with, so I may want... Yeah, I may want to try to work some condition removal, some more thorough condition removal into the team. An option for that, actually, is Pure Li Ming. If I brought it, though, that would necessitate changing things here. I'm not sure if that's something I want to do or not. Although, maybe there's fewer enough... Yeah, this is an idea. I can switch some of the enchantment removal around a little bit. Let's go to Daedalon. I'm noticing enemies are running out of Chaos Storms anyway. Let's go ahead and give him Shatter Enchantment instead of Chaos Storm. And just put a piece of enchantment removal there. I don't feel like I was noticing as much enchantment removal among these particular enemies. And I do have Spirit of Disenchantment as well to help with it. So let's actually go Ritualist over here. So that way I can give him Pure Li Ming. This is just an additional source of condition removal that I think will be quite useful to have. I can also go with Mind, Body, and Soul for a little bit more condition removal. Another option is Spirit of Recovery, which makes conditions expire faster, which can help. I I bring more air magic. I kind of like just bringing another men, body, and soul, frankly. This can remove several conditions because of these two. Yeah. Alternatively, I could go with something like Soothing Memories for a little bit of additional healing. Doesn't seem terrible either. I think I'll leave men, body, and soul there, though. A little bit more healing and condition removal from that is probably not a bad thing. Okay, so that should help deal with conditions a bit. Let's go to deal with Jejo Shadow Whispered. Hello, Shanhei. Wants to create a better world. This one dramatically changes the spawns here in this map, as a somewhat obvious aside. Mesmers have hexes. I really do not like having empathy on me. I'm gonna start calling Shanhei Orion. So this one is one that I've traditionally had a little bit of issue on in the past as well. Let's go ahead and... There's just a lot of groups of Ampha, and there can be some really bad corners. I'll explain when we get to the area. My goodness. What minions are you making that Varada's sacrifice makes sense? Oh, man. This is making me wish I was a avatar of Dwayne Dervish so I could strip all these empathies off me. I really do not like enemies having like empathy recharging as fast as it does. As good as it is for players, like, I do not like that at all. Do not like it, Sam I am. So we need to get up there. This area over here is part of this sort of the spot I'm talking about. There's some really awkward corners here that make it really hard to aggro effectively, or in a way that does not get you too many groups. Right here in particular, it's very easy to like mega aggro and just end up fighting a ton of enemies, and that is usually bad for your health. Whatever the Ampha have planned, it stops here and now. Can't they suffer their presence for far too long? I like that they use swap. Oh, man. It's like I have to attack through empathy or I'm not going to be able to do anything. Thankfully, Cry of Frustration is a heck of a drug. It's actually probably doing me some good. Their rangers and stuff can't wand. Wanding actually adds a substantial amount of damage. And if they're all bunching up on the corners here, Mistrust really ends them. That didn't go too badly. This is an area where it's very easy to like over aggro and just get yourself wrecked. So thankfully that didn't happen here too badly. Price and Norgu died, it looks like, but Yeah, like I said, that this corner in particular is just a spot. Like, even if you're just going in here to do normal exploration, vanquishing stuff, there's normally Jade Brotherhood in this area, not Ampha. But this corner area right here with this ramp can really cause you to, like, massively over aggro, and it can be quite painful as a result. So I always think of that area as being particularly dangerous. The Mesmers keep E-surging me, I assume. I think I just got aneurysmed. I certainly got wrecked by empathy, that's for sure. Yep, got aneurysmed in there too. I think my team will be fine. There we go. Now I can get some hits in. Man, these empathies are really, really, really rough. Empathy is one of those skills that, if you ask me, I'm going to say is slightly overpowered. Mostly in the sense of its recharge is a little bit too, like, short when you take fast casting's bonus into effect or into account. It makes it a little bit too spammable, too maintainable. For how much damage it does. Like, compare it to Insidious Parasite, which is very similar. Arguably a little bit stronger because it heals you, but Insidious Parasite, this is not the best character to demonstrate this on, but Insidious Parasite here has a 12-second recharge and a 15 energy cost. So, the Ampha have helped to spread the plague. To me, that makes them no better than the afflicted they've brought down upon us. And see, this is where we're starting to do some equivalences, right? He's equating the Ampha, which are humans, with the afflicted, which are former humans but corrupted, right? That sort of behavior of saying, of demonizing the Ampha like this, dehumanizing them by making them equal to some really nasty enemies, is very understandable. They allowed that to happen. Right. Not only did they didn't just allow it to happen. They tried to perpetuate it. They tried to make it happen. They tried to cause the plague to spread. They're not the afflicted, but they are monsters in a way. But he's not really drawing a distinction. I do like that when you come up to this area, which normally is fairly empty, that you get all of the environmental effects that you get during the mission. Oh, that's pretty cool. Anyway, so it's a very understandable comparison that he's making, even if it is a justification for going after the Ampha is aggressively as he is. He hates them for their part in spreading the plague. And that's understandable. It is very understandable. And we may very well feel similarly. Because it's an understandable position. But it's also one that kind of leads to a dehumanizing effect that has its own dangers associated with it. So it's important to remember. They're doing a lot of really subtle stuff here with the storytelling, and they're setting seeds for stuff that develops later, so I'm trying to call attention to some of that stuff. I'm not being too overt. Hopefully I'm doing okay balance. I mean, I've played through Winds of Change on the channel before, so I haven't really looked into it as deeply as I'm trying to here. Although I've talked about some of the themes before as well. Okay. This is one of those spots where figuring out how to navigate to where I'm trying to go is going to be a little bit of a trick. Do I need to go down these? Where does this even go? You know, let's find out. Employee Quarter is one of those zones I typically don't explore very well. So why would you? Not really anything here in the explorable version. There's a boss, but it's in a different direction. Down here, there's a boss, but you go a different way to get to them. That boss has Enraged Lunge, which is a very nice pet attack that I have captured on this character a while back because it is a very nice pet attack, as I said. Okay, I don't really want to go this way. This would get us to a really awkward bridge fight, and a bridge fight just sounds really unpleasant. So I may want to go that way. I don't know that I do, but if I do, I want to take out these dudes on the bridge first. Like I said, bridge fights are not great. Okay. This is a particularly confusing zone, actually. Most of the time with the mission, you stay on the top areas. But there's actually a lot to this map. Thankfully, I had Peace and Harmony on me at the moment that they tried applying that nonsense. That was nice. Empathy also lowers the damage you deal, which is not great. These mesmers. These mesmers are dangerous. I will not stand here. Where is this freaking Ellie? We've dramatically over-aggroed too, so that doesn't help much. Yeah, I'm gonna just kill myself off of empathy damage. This area is really painful, as you can see. Golem did his job. It helps. Quite a bit, actually. Enough so that I'm going to summon another one, because why wouldn't I? We do have a little bit of walk back now. So yeah, it's one of those things where they're planting seeds of what's going to happen in the future, and they're taking baby steps towards them. And I think it's actually pretty well set up when you actually look at what's going on here. But I typically haven't looked at it so closely, so I've often kind of missed what they're doing in the subtle strokes, as it were. Let's just take care of some of my loot, I suppose, while I'm making my way back. There we go. Well, that's been taken care of. I can salvage this Plague Idol too, I guess. I might pick up more, but if I do, oh well. I will salvage those ones too, because I want the iron out of them. Looks like I wandered a little too close to these guys. Empathy also just raw decreases damage you deal. So I deal 15 less damage and take 55 damage. On a 10-second recharge at 10 energy, Empathy is just too good for where it's at in PvE. It should play more like its PvP version, if you ask me. I mean, on the other hand, they kind of try to make it strong, so that way players can have a strong empathy to use, but I don't know. I think it makes it a little too annoying to play against. Because the thing is, like, one Mesmer is able to put it on you so easily and keep it up on you as a if you're a physical attacker. I think Calculated Risk is a much better design. For those who don't know Calculated Risk, it is illusion magic. It's 5 energy with a 7-second recharge. It makes a foe do more damage by +10, but there's a 50-50 chance. Yeah, there's a 50% chance that they will take the damage instead of whoever they're attacking, which makes it a calculated risk. Oh, some Jade Brotherhood are wandering around here. That's interesting. Looks like they giant stomped my back line. Those are just normal Jade Brotherhood. So it's one of those things where, and then this takes us into the mission area proper. Anyway, it's one of those things where the where's this thought going? I got distracted by the Jade Brotherhood. Hey, Jean-Hay. So you're pulling some enemies. Effective tactic. Yeah, so it's one of those things where I think Calculated Risk's design is better. It's less, like, it can be kept on you, but you really don't want it on you. But it's not as, like, ubiquitously awful to have on you as Empathy. The problem with Empathy is it kind of gets on you and stays there. It's what I wanted to avoid having happen. Okay, my AI is also... Well, I'll do what I can. Apparently not much. Okay, whatever. We got there. Give a moment for these to recover. I don't know if Vivek has been using Pyro's Gleaming or not. I haven't been paying super close attention. He's obviously not carrying it around. But he also doesn't need to. I can just use it when it's time. But yeah, Empathy is just every single hit dealing you a bunch of damage. Is brutal. And the thing is, because of how easy it is to just keep on somebody, especially if you've got a couple of Mesmers that are doing it, it's just so powerful. And so hard to just not have on you. It's so hard to deal with. And like the Shatter Hex on my Mesmers will help punish that spam, but even that's only going to happen so often. So what you're going to do? Consider the design and maybe consider doing things differently if you make a thing. Really about all we can do. I think I might try taking the slightly lower route. There's a lot of enemies over here. And they're kinda in awkward location for me. At least these enemies are worth good experience points and help wear off death penalty quickly. That's nice. This is me being vaguely lost trying to navigate Nipui Quarter as well. I don't know if a better route would have... Yeah, it exists. But I don't mind having cleared off the enemies up top so I can get around the bottom. This goes around. Does this connect? Or is it just a... Huh. Well. This is an unusual angle. Don't usually see stuff melting away into the purple fog like that. I like the pagoda. I like the pagodas, though. They're cool. Alright, so we're not continuing on this direction, because it does not, as we're continuing on. It's just a lower area for them to stick stuff in, I guess. This just goes around the other way. Yeah, that's not particularly helpful. Maybe over here goes around? I'm gonna go check this direction to see if this gets me to where I'm trying to go. Which is that green starburst if it wasn't clear. 8-pointed star, it looks like. Yeah. My mesmers are unable to clear it up as quickly, in part because they just lack the energy. These mesmers pressure energy pretty hard. Almost make me wish I had shadow form. I just can't escape it. The closest is when Peace and Harmony's on me. For those precious few seconds, I'm not immune, but I'm highly resistant. That went alright, though. All things considered. Looks like Daedalon maybe took a nosedive in there somewhere. But yeah, I think this will get me where I'm trying to go better than the other path would have. Sean Hay is putting Strength of Honor on me too, which is nice. Lets me hit harder. Keeps freaking me out with those Rays of Judgment as well. It's one of those things, those like Shadow Hexes are really nasty if it's in a position to, if the Mesmers are in a position to get them off, but really often they are not. Way too often, really, if you ask me. There's JJ. Unfortunately, this is also one of those maps that has a paltry number of resurrection locations. This is a really cool little framing. Looks like we found our man. How predictable. All we had to do was make enough noise and you pop out of nowhere. And as you may notice, into our territory. You really think this is enough to stop us? No, but I believe this is. Now that I have your undivided attention, let me share a few things with you. The Amva have not forgotten your name, or what you did 7 years ago. And now you've been foolish enough to return. You think you can stop the plague? You think you can stop us? As long as I breathe, this plague will never end. The secret of the chalice rests with me. A voice blessed me with the knowledge of its creation all those years ago. Do you understand now that what you're doing is futile? Come now, show me a look of despair. You're going to die here, slowly and agonizingly, so that your death will be a lesson for anybody else seeking to interfere with us. I think you're forgetting something, J-Jo. Really? Okay, I'll humor you. What would that be? The people of Cantha are through with being terrorized by petty wretches like you. The Ministry of Purity fights for the people, and the people fight for themselves. We're not alone. Kill every last one of them. If it's not immediately clear, we got Ministry of Purity allies showing up to help fight the Ampha here, and then we immediately got wiped out too. Elias, you have a resurrect. You go ahead and let those guys run off while my party gets less dead. Okay. Re-energizing. I don't know what I had on me that I got Peace and Harmony, but sure. This was a better death than you deserved, but never fear. I'll soon be sending all of your ilk to join you. Don't you think that's taking it too far? They're still people. There's a chance they can be brought around. What is the difference between evil and those who practice evil? Before you question me, ask yourself this. How many countless lives have you taken in the name of doing what was right? I mean, it's a valid question, right? The thing that's important to remember is right here, part of what's happened is he's... Like, there's a difference between going after, like, raw vengeance like he's doing. Because, like, he's obsessed with vengeance, right? And there's a difference between that and, like, just confronting those who are in your way. And this is one of the things that becomes a little bit tricky with Winds of Change. Is it's trying to play with, like, where do you draw the line in basically killing off people who have done bad things, or more importantly are associated with people who do bad things. Like, how much do you treat the Ampha as a monolith? How much do you treat the Jade Brotherhood as a monolith? The Afflicted were easy to treat as a monolith. They're mindless monsters, it would appear. Although, keep in mind, even as far back as the Zendai Jin mission, there's an indication that there is some intelligence to the Afflicted. And they have played into that some with this as well. With some of the stuff that we had with the planning that the Afflicted were doing, and with them seemingly aware that their end was coming, that we saw in some of the earlier parts. So they're really playing with these themes of escalation that's going on. We completed the mission of killing off all of the Afflicted, and it makes sense to kind of escalate, oh, these guys are trying to, like, bring back the plague. But it brings up an important question of, like, how far is too far? Where should the line be? When do you say we have accomplished our goals and this is enough, right? And that's a really important question to ask in our own, like, pursuit of justice, our own pursuit of like, we need to make sure we're pursuing justice and not revenge, and we need to remember a place for mercy. And that's something that's important to remember. It's not something that's well explored in the game at large, because in the game at large, the Ampha are just enemies there to be killed. The Jade Brotherhood are just enemies there to be killed. But it is something that's kind of important to consider. And they played with it a little bit in War in Kryta as well, with some of the White Mantle that are like, I was hoodwinked, I don't want to support this anymore. As well as, like, Salma trying to create peace with those who are just following along because they were scared or they are hoodwinked or whatever. Like, there was legitimate reasons for following the White Mantle. And that's something that was mentioned in her, like, we have won, it's a new day speech at the end of War in Kryta. And it's a theme that they're playing with even more here in in Winds of Change, and especially will be as we go forward. So it's something to be paying attention to and thinking about, I think. Anyway, Jean Hay says, we've sent a powerful message to the Amphar this day. Their stranglehold on our streets, our city, is coming to an end. The people will no longer live in fear, and they are going to take their homes back with their own hands. With this victory, it is assured that more people will hear the call of our cause. Justice is on our side, and we have the momentum. We must continue to take the fight to the Amphar and to the Jade Brotherhood for the sake of a stronger Kantha. So yeah, like, there's a lot of complex stuff going on here, like, under the hood. Jean Hay has a very simple view of the world. I trust that you'll join us in our next operation. The Amphar tried to play a clever game with us, but they got more than they anticipated. Now is the time for us to act, to take things to the next level. The Amphar will be expecting us to press our advantage with them, which is exactly why we will strike at the Jade Brotherhood. We'll take them completely by surprise and deliver the message that their presence and everything they stand for will no longer be tolerated. I shouldn't need to remind you of the atrocities they have committed against Kantha and her people. We have the chance to end this decisively. We've gained information that a man named Gonshu the Scribe is currently at the Jade Brotherhood's stronghold in Wajan Bazaar. He possesses an important text, one that our source says contains the name of the Jade Brotherhood's current leader. If we can remove the leadership, then the gang itself should disperse. We can solve this without much bloodshed on either side. Well, that sounds like a valid plan. This is important to remember too. What he's telling us here is this document contains it. Now, remember, at the end of the previous one, and we'll see more here, but at the end of that last mission, we're beginning a question of, like, are you maybe taking this a little far? Like, every single Amphar, really? Maybe some of them can be brought around. Maybe not all of them feel that they have to fight us, right? So, like, that's an important thing to kind of consider with what's going on here. And what's going on forward is something that we can then kind of explore. So anyway, that sounds like a valid plan. Like, yeah, these gangs are bad. It's a good thing to kind of try to stop them from being a problem. So maybe we should do that, you know? So let's see. I want to take a short break, and I also want to clear out my inventory. I'll clear out my inventory first, I guess. And then I'll take that break. Brawlers. I don't know if Brawlers is worth anything or not. Maybe it may not be. So yeah, anyway, going forward, it's going to be really important that we consider the mindset of the individuals we're talking to, because that's going to influence their words and how they perceive things and how they discuss things and how they present stuff to us and to others. And that's going to be important, because if you, like, basically if you take their words at face value as true versus coming from a perspective, you're going to be warped by their own, like, point of view, and that's kind of the danger here. So that's the thing to be cautious of. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to take a short break. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. So please stick around. We will go after this piece of documentation with the name of the leader of the Jade Brotherhood in just a moment, but I do need to take a short break here, so I will be right back. Hello, I return, and that means time to go after some Jade Brotherhood. I don't know if I have Vec the way I'd want him for fighting the Jade Brotherhood. I know that I want more condition removal when fighting the Ampha. I think I might make him... I think I might make him Monk and go a little bit more generic with some of that. I feel like I want more Hex removal as well. Oh man, I can give him Cure or Convert Hexes, which has a little bit of longer recharge than Remove Hex, but gets rid of all of them. And Extinguish, which will remove a condition from each party member. This is less important for the burning and more important for the remove a condition from each party member clause. Pure Li Ming is better at doing that, but you don't get any hex removal as a ritualist, so... What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I feel like I Am Unstoppable has become less important. I think I'm going to swap it out for Shadow Theft. Wastrel's Collapse would be another potentially very valid option there. They're more heavily defended than we anticipated. Good thing we have a lot of support with us. Press on. Actually, the fact that I'm using this may mean that I want to swap my armor sets. Also, I don't think I need the Clarity Rune as much. There, now this hits 5. And gives me a lot more attributes. Oh man, that now go for 6. Oh, I might as well summon this Golem too while we're here. These are just the standard Jade Brotherhood Knights that are always here though, so these guys are no big deal. The advantage of this, by the way, is that at 20 critical strikes, I will gain... They don't tell you this, but at 18 ranks and above, you get 4 energy. So that'll be nice. The Ministry of Purity? You're pushing your luck. Think you can walk freely on our turf? Don't think too highly of yourselves. This is as far as you'll make it. Wow, I am not hitting as many crits as I would think I would be. Okay, nobody named in here. It's all the way back there where we fought the one golem during the... Man, I've done a lot of stuff. The lead up. I saw the Vocal of Sagalon drop and thought it was an item, and it was... I mean, technically, I guess. Spirit of Preservation is a little bit of an underwhelming skill, if you ask me. Sure, I'll take the bracelet. Oh my goodness, I am getting absolutely wrecked. Oh, thankfully, some more of the mystery is getting in here, but... Norgru does have a res. It's not relevant, but... Ow. Allow me to say ow. I guess we'll pop up over here? I didn't activate the other res shrine, so I guess here's where we're going to resurrect. Hi, Saito. I think one of the things that is really easy to lose sight of, I remember how to close my map, is the fundamental question of why are people joining these gangs? Eruption is a heck of a source of pain. Oh, hey. Huh. Yeah, that's true. Necromancer Hex was removed, so I get increased armor. Fascinating. I mean, yeah, that is a thing that does. I just don't think about it most of the time. Oh, I meant fast roll. I should attack something a little bit more fragile. It's Necromancer, perhaps. Well, this is a lot of Jade Brotherhood we had to clear out. I mean, I know there's still one there. I really do like the Jade Brotherhood outfits. I think they're really, really cool and really pretty. I'm quite fond of them. I'd be happy to cosplay as a Jade Brotherhood. Except for the hat. I'm not too big of a fan of their hats. These warriors can actually be really nasty. They splinter weapon up and then go into your line and like triple chop and stuff, which can do a lot of damage if you're not careful. SRN scans allowed me to work off all of my death penalty, so that's nice. Yeah. Keep missing. Okay, well, we're wiping here again. I think I need something slightly different against them. I just couldn't remember what their bars were, and I wasn't wanting to spend a bunch of time looking it up. Stuff to help deal with some of their spirits would probably be good. We have enough death penalty at this point that I'm going to use a few of these. That's probably good. Stuff to deal with some of the area of effect would be particularly useful, I think. Might be good actually to have slash water for swirling aura with like remove hex maybe. Extinguish doesn't seem like it's as important against them. Yeah, you hardly need. Yeah, their eruptions are a problem. Trying to think about what all would be most useful. Some sort of cleansing sound effect. Is that? Oh, that's extinguish. That's what it is. I was recognizing extinguish. Assassin can be such a random profession in terms of how effective you are. Like, blinds / other mischance stuff is what you really need against those warriors. I don't know how good these guys are with conditions, though, compared to, the Amphaur were pretty good at handling conditions. Here's Ganchi the Scribe. So it seems that you've set your sights on us. Is this your justice? I don't fear death, but I wonder if you can live with what you're about to do. Don't act as though you're innocent. You're no one to judge. The gangs of Kaineng have committed atrocities... this is going too quickly. Have committed atrocities on the people of Kaineng for hundreds of years. It's time for that to end. Your mind is made up then. Very well. I go into this with no regrets. For your sake, I hope you're able to do the same. Bit of an odd conversation there. I probably need more enchantment removal against these guys. Yeah, and they're good against hexes. And conditions, quite frankly. Yeah, it's more about stripping to make them vulnerable. With enchantment removal, I think. That's a difficult approach. That is a difficult approach. So this is where the Chilblains bar that I was running is actually probably a better idea than what I have going on right now. Like, the convert hexes is nice, but I don't feel like I need a ton of hex removal against them. Or a ton of condition removal, for that matter. It's more a matter of... getting rid of their defensive enchantments that are giving them block and things like that. And then stuff to protect against elemental damage, of course, as well. Good to think about. Good to think about. I wonder if Weapon of Remedy would be better than Zenari's Weapon. Zenari's Weapon is kind of like a mini Prot Spirit in that it caps the maximum possible damage from the next hit. It's a little bit more effective. It basically nullifies the next hit against you and does damage to the enemy. But Weapon of Remedy would cause the next hit to cause you to also lose a condition, which might be preferable. They're very similar skills. I don't know. They had a formula they want to stick to. So. Okay, their elementalists are. Yeah, and see, at this point, the monks have set in with their defensive enchantments, and now I'm no longer able to get through. Yeah. This is a very large group as well, which is part of why it's causing me trouble. It's just hard to take down large groups of enemies. It's possible there's some more Ministry of Purity that I can free up from conflict that might be able to help with this. I'm not sure. I might check for that. Either way, we can't have this death penalty around. I think we should be able to take him down, but it's a matter of what's it going to require. So yeah, I'm going to check to see if I have any potential allies around. There's still some conflict going on over here. Okay, there's a few over that way that I can see. I don't know if I'll... But part of what's happening is their monks have some really useful defensive enchantments. Yeah, okay, I'm not really seeing much. And, like, even having assault enchantments. Assault enchantments or Shattering Assault. Either one would actually be quite useful here. Shattering Assault might be kind of good. But just quicker recharge. Give me an option. I don't think I really want to try to get those guys out of that valley of pain. I don't know that approaching from the other, like finding my way to be able to approach from the other direction would be useful or not. It might be. You know, I think it would be a good idea. What I'm looking at here is there's a group of enemies here that I could potentially see me pulling aggro on when I get close, and I would like to remove that possibility. This is another one of those areas where it's very densely populated with enemies. Meant to be a little bit more quickly, but there we go. Our monks are a very important target. Okay, at this point I need to be getting some of these warriors out of my back line. One too many splinter weapons, you know. And I really don't need splinter weapons. Cyclone Axe is going off in there. Or Turbo Chops. For the same reason that they didn't want that happening in their backline. Incidentally. Okay. That cleared up relatively well. Their mesmers are not as annoying, though. But their warriors are more dangerous. There we go. Excellent. Well, cleared that problem up, so that's good. Give my heroes a moment to regen their energy a little bit more. There we go. Okay, let's get out of there and see how much damage this guy did in my back line. They're nasty. Is what I'm saying. Even being able to decrease their armor of sanctity with his effectiveness with Shadow Theft is really useful. Okay, I don't know if doing that is going to have helped or not, but my thought is that I may have been aggroing them a bit. Being able to kind of control that a little. Good idea. eruptions are really causing me problems. Yeah, part of the problem here is they have several elementalists that are all stacking a bunch of AoEs on us, and then their warriors come in. It's definitely... I remember this being a tough nut to crack now that I'm doing it in the past. That'll do. I'm trying to think if I were to do stuff differently, what I'd want to do. I feel like I'd actually want... a bit more damage over time to kind of cause them to scatter and not cast their spells. I feel like I might want to like have a Savannah Heat Ellie or something. Yeah, that sounds good. Actually, what I'm thinking right now is I might prefer Parias there to use Weapon of Shadow rather than Zinre's weapon, because that would help the backline with some of these warriors that are causing problems. I'm just kind of formulating thoughts on the fly here. There we go. That was important. There was way too freaking much eruption stuff. I don't think they have any resurrects though, and that looks to have been their only monk, so that should make them a lot more vulnerable. This is not going really all that well, and I know that. I'm just being stubborn and trying to think about how I'd want to approach things differently. That was a pretty good one. That was like 14. I feel like the big things is specifically like having more enchantment removal, having more damage over time, area of effect stuff are both things that would be good. I feel like Weapon of Shadow would be more useful than Zinre's weapon here. I'm not quite sure. I could actually quite easily see replacing this with empathic removal. That's probably a stronger choice. Yeah. I think I'm going to make some tweaks to Parias' bar after this, just to get a little bit more something out of it. Because Communing just does not have a lot of elites in it. And frankly, Restoration Magic's elites are mostly uninteresting. So I think swapping over to Weapon of Shadow, which right here you can see, would allow the backline to be protected against some of this stuff. And empathic removal is just a stronger cleansing skill. And a nice sort of generic one to slot in. It's probably a better swap. Bed of Coals. I'm surprised I'm still alive. I have absorbed so much damage here. There we go. Now I don't have to go in there again. Although we cleared out a lot of them. This must be the text Shunhei was after. I only hope that this ends things quickly. Too many lives have been lost already. I mean, that's not something we've worried about in the past, to be fair, but... I don't know why I'm still going here. We accomplished what I need to for this quest, so I don't need to keep pressing. So that's important to remember as well. Okay, Parias. I want to swap Weapon of Shadow in here And empathic removal in there. I don't know if we're going to be fighting more Jade Brotherhood or not right away. I'm going to leave that as is. Now, our understanding is that this text that we have just picked up contains, I mean, it's not in our inventory, but it contains the name of the Jade Brotherhood leader, with the hope that taking out the leadership should allow the gang to disperse, and that would further benefit us by having the bloodshed, the fighting, end more quickly. Thanks to you, we were able to secure these texts. This was a critical victory for the Ministry of Purity. I'll just need a little time to find the name we were looking for. Come and speak with me again when you are ready. We've been able to discover the name of the Jade Brotherhood's leader, thanks to you. He goes by the name of Ryson the Phoenix, and we've got some leads as to where he might be found. It won't be an easy trip, but the hardship is worth it. It could end centuries of corruption and violence. Let's eliminate this scourge of our people. You are the best asset that the Ministry has, so I want to send you in first. If you're willing to undertake this, come speak to me again when you are ready. I'll direct you to where you should go. So yeah, the idea here is we take out the leader, and that would break the guild or the gang, and hopefully end this end the Jade Brotherhood's influence. Don't know why he thinks that would necessarily be the case. I don't know why we think that would be the case, given that they have theoretically been around for quite a while. But I don't know. Maybe it's a younger guild than I think it is, or a younger gang. I'm not quite sure. What waits in shadow? This is. I'm not going in there with exactly this. I want to consider things a little bit more. In particular, I like the idea of swapping to Shattering Assault for myself. I'm going to want to swap over this armor set here because I'm no longer buffing that as much. This just allows me to be able to get some enchantments off of enemies, and that seems like it could be very useful for breaking through some of their defenses. I also need to clear out my inventory, which has become quite cluttered. So I'm going to run 30 seconds of ads here while I do that. Let's see. What else do we have going on that I might want different? I'm not sure how effective that is. Gaze from Beyond might be better. Or Gaze of Fury. Actually grab Gaze of Fury instead there. Yeah, and I wanted to change you back to Chillblains. But maybe I want Enfeebling Blood. Well, I spent time looking at inventories instead of, or looking at skill bars instead of clearing out my inventory, but whatever. Removes ad breaks, so that's good, right? Merchants all the way over here on the other side. Inugami. I want to ID this holy rod, please. I'm getting lazy. Okay. That'll do. Alright. So I swapped Gaze of Fury in here instead of Ancestor's Rage. I just feel like this is probably more useful. Blood Bond. I don't feel like I've been noticing much from Blood Bond. Hang on, I'm going to swap a few more skills around. Well of Blood I've definitely noticed going up on occasion. I don't think that's doing a whole lot either. Suffering from condition or poison and weakened. This is not terrible with how much I inflict bleeding. And cracked armor dazed. Yeah, let's throw on an oppressive gaze. That seems like that could be quite useful. And let's see, that's already netting him decent energy. Trying to look to see if there's any other utility that I want in some of this. I kind of feel like something here may be in order. You know, I can just give him Blood Song. That's not bad. I can just roll with that. A little bit more spirit damage going to complement things over here. Let's see. I guess more weakness is not a bad thing. Ulcerous Lungs also synergizes with Jagged Strike, but maybe he's not terribly important. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is as useful here as this just mend condition is. And maybe Healing Seed would actually help a lot with some of those AoE damage over times. Maybe Healing Breeze? Is Healing Breeze better? Which enchantment removal were they rocking? Actually, let's just drop a Healing Breeze in there. Do that. I think she's fine still. This helps against stacks, but maybe stacks aren't as big of a problem, so. Because we're going to go after Jade Brotherhood, so. I feel like I was more noticing that they didn't tend to feel like they were doing as many conditions as deeply as they were doing more, a lot of the same condition in the form of. Yeah, I feel like that's probably better here in this circumstance as well. His mend condition is a little bit underwhelming, but I think I want that. Either way. It's one of those things where I'd absolutely take a skill that's just, all it does is it removes 2 conditions. Doesn't need to do more than that. Actually, I could put on. Yeah, let's put on Spotless Soul. Not worry about protection prayers at all. Bit more enchantment heavy, but I think that should be fine. I guess I have reasonable hex removal. Let's see. Do I want to keep. I put Shatter Enchantment on here. Do I want Chaos Storm back? I feel like I might want Chaos Storm to break up enemy mobs. But hey, Haram Beyonce 96. Thank you for the follow and welcome. I appreciate it. So the advantage to putting on. Let's see. So Shatter Enchantment allows a bit more enchantment removal. It does have a longer recharge. But so does Drain Enchantment over here. It is 10 energy, though. Yeah, I feel like Chillblade's over here. And Drain Enchantment, Strip Enchantment, and Shattering Assault on my own bar gives us enough enchantment control. I'd rather him be able to Shatter Hex a little bit more often. And I'd rather have some of the AI scatter action actually happen in some of their backline in particular, or on their front line for that matter, because I feel like that might help disrupt the enemy actions a bit more. This one that we're about to embark on is definitely quite rough, though. What did I need to do? Why did I not turn this in? Whatever. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so let's go give this thing a stab. So he's managed to track down the leader of the Jade Brotherhood. I've made preparations to ensure that your travel will be discreet. Are you ready to go? I'm ready to leave immediately. So one of the things that they're doing here is they're using this map for Dragon's Throat. This one is used for a challenge mission, but a lot of people probably didn't do this challenge mission, so it's probably a little bit under seen. Our character says, I need to find Rice and the Phoenix. I should try to avoid as many engagements as possible. I don't want any needless bloodshed. I mean, that's kind of the idea here, right? It's something that, again, it's a theme that's going to show up here in Winds of Change because of what they're trying to tell with the story. It's not something that's been a concern of our characters previously, but they will do what they can to make the theme work. This can be very rough, so we'll see how it goes. I've tried to prepare for what I understand these guys to be doing as best I can, though. I guess they do put some condition stacks. Hopefully I've not prepared too wrong the other direction. Although that might just be Plague Touch. Maybe Can't Touch this would have been good, but then I need to figure out who's doing Paragon things. I don't want to have to do that. So there are some additional enemies like over there, Shengpai. You can go super aggressive and go fight that guy, or you can just be like, I'm not here to fight him. I'm here to fight Ryson and whoever gets in my way in that process. And if you don't make them fight you, then they don't have to. Now I'm feeling like I was overly worried about their enchantments, but I think I haven't been seeing their monks lately, so that might be part of it. Bringing out as much weakness as I have is definitely helping, though, I think. I mean, so far it's going fine. Is really what it comes down to. This is a very twisty map. Like, we need to get over there, but we have to go, like, in a big U shape. This one is definitely one that I've struggled with in the past. So, we'll see how it goes. Poison Hearts. Plague touching that. It certainly is a tactic. Wow, okay. I feel like this team is performing really well compared to what I was struggling with, and I don't know if it's just because we haven't encountered groups of the proper size. This first part can be a little bit easier. Ally Graceful Blade is up there, as you may see. Yeah, here's some of that AoE Elementalist damage I tend to be a little bit worried about. Feels like they're more fragile. I don't know. I'd prefer not to get embroiled with those groups. They can cause aggro problems if you do. I'm gonna pull my party back. I don't want to go inside there and aggro those. It just draws things out for one thing. So much blind. Oh, that's right. I think Weapon of Shadow is actually doing a lot of work, if I had to guess. Okay, I need to get out of there. This is ridiculous. You can see why I'd rather not fight this gigantic horde of enemies, I think. Yeah, it's not going off. Oh, what do you know? The BIP died. That's far from surprising, though. Oh man, that chain lightning was nice. I'm gonna be blunt. The changes that I made to my bar, like my team's build, seems to have done wonders for improving our ability to fight the Jade Brotherhood. Like, what? I guess the things that I did were just like, yes, this is touching on things that were very important, that cause you lots of problems. Because, like, if you remember, I was fighting a comparable group to that in the Watch and Bazaar, and they were wrecking us. And here we had Olias go down, and that was it. So, I don't know what exactly it was that changed that made that work a lot better, but I'm really glad it did. I feel like I moved my emphases in better places. Really kind of what it came down to. Yeah, there's a lot of these side groups with like Ray B over there and Lai Graceful Blade, and it's just like, we don't need to fight all of these. Let's not. Get so many Jade Bracelets, I'm going to summon a Inigo Garcia. You know what, too? Spirit of Fury is actually kind of really nice. Being able to deal with their spirits easily like that is actually quite useful. So we don't need to go over towards Jiangwen. We need to go kind of north over here. This is one of those areas, though, where it's really easy to kind of over-aggro a little bit. So I'm going to try to be cautious with my approach. Blinded. Yeah. As I go forward to fight some of these guys, I'm naturally going to pull some stuff in I'd rather not. Important to get energy off of my Falling Lotus Strike, you know? I still don't know why there isn't just an assassin, like, lead or offhand attack or something. It feels like there should be some assassin stuff that automatically results in a critical hits. Aside, like, there's Malicious Strike, but aside from that. Yeah, Spirit Bond is a good one to remove as well. Well, that went relatively smoothly. That area can be kind of rough because it's... I mean, all of these areas can be kind of rough. Hello, Y2KY. Is there a speedrunning community for this game? Very small. I know that there's been some speedrunning attempts. I've not looked into it too much personally. I know that I have watched a speedrun for Guild Wars Factions. I've thought a little bit about it, but you kind of have to first establish what your rule set is, because there's a lot of potential directions you could go with some of that. So yeah, long story short, I think there is a bit of a small one. There's not a big one. It's a bit of a tricky game to actually figure out how you want to speedrun, so... but they do exist. I've heard about a prophecy speedrun as well. I haven't looked into it though. How's my inventory's doing? Fine. Okay. All right. This is another one of those chambers where it's really easy to get like lots of. I mean, every single part of this mission is really easy to get way too much aggro on. I don't know. I shouldn't try to pretend anything otherwise, I guess. Or imply. Okay. There's a monk. I don't like how far over this has me go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Elias got Weapon of Shadow on it, too. So, like, what specific content? Are you talking about, like, Nightfall, Factions, Prophecies, Eye of the North, or, like, all of the campaigns? And if so, like, I feel like... feel like figuring out how you want to start that, and like the routing, this is the thing, is like routing is even the real challenge. I mean, you kind of just, and if it's like a non-existent thing, if there's like if there's no like real category yet, then you get to invent the rules. But yeah, like where do you start? What campaign do you start in is a really important question. I'm massively aggroing here. But like, how much do you allow stuff of, oh, I've unlocked this on my account? How does that impact what you have access to? That makes sense. Then do you go back to like backtrack through prophecies to go do those missions? Here we are. This monk is causing me headaches. Yeah, I'm a little focused on the fight at the moment. Okay, that'll help. Weapon of warding, eh? This is not good for my backline. I need to take out that ritualist as well. Yeah. Because, like, the advantage of starting in prophecies is that you'd be able to get to some of those a little bit more quickly, but now we have a long run back. This is where this one kind of gets real frustrating. Yeah, so let's see. So starting in factions definitely minimizes the amount of like quests that you'd have to do. It makes sense to... So, like, what is your base rule set? Like, what account white stuff are you allowed to make use of? I'm thinking of, like, Mercenary Heroes, Shunlai, bonus, /bonus. I assume some of that stuff is in the sort of rule set that you'd be looking at, some would be out of that rule, or like not allowed in the rule set you'd be looking at. I have no idea what Jug's salvage to. Let's find out. Oh, dust. How convenient. Let's see. So if you're going from factions and then just through all of the campaigns, like, yeah, no, mercenaries really butts with stuff quite a bit. What about like acquiring skills? Do you have any restrictions on that? Because that's another area where things get a little wonky. This is going to be a little bit easier just coming in here again, just because the enemies are not bunched up the same way. These elementalists are rough. A lot of weapon overboarding, I'm noticing. Not a whole lot to say about the narrative of this at this point, so I might as well just... so if you're going for, like, kill the Lich, kill Shiro Tagachi, kill Abaddon, and kill the Great Destroyer. Okay, sweet skills. What about non-elite skills? Because, like, there's a lot of, like, what skills do you want win and other things that could go into some of that routing. Because you could be basically, like, what would a blank account be? And try to do that sort of thing. Planning out builds seems like it would be a big challenge. But like an important part of the routing. Freaking blind. There we go. Well, as long as I'm splashing some damage around other things, this isn't too bad. Yeah, okay, this guy is not entirely by himself. Baidu quests, run is mainly running. Yeah, Assassin, I can see Dervish being kind of nice, but if you're starting in... then yeah, Assassin is the logical choice if you're starting in Cantha. Oh yeah, drop that Chaos Storm. Make them wish they weren't here. Well, that worked fairly well. Yeah, I don't think you want to start in Nightfall because then you have to worry about getting Sunspear points, and you have to, like, Easton is somewhat slow. It's not as slow as it would be if you started in Prophecies. Like, Faction Start makes the most sense, I agree. If you're trying to do, like, an all-campaign plus EOTN run. If so, then, like, yeah, dipping into Nightfall and Eye of the North for heroes as soon as you can makes a lot of sense. Let's see, I guess that's as soon as you get to mainland. You probably want to do the 15 attribute point quests, but maybe you can skip those if you have the right sort of, like, build that doesn't need 30 attribute points for some reason. Not gonna say that's impossible. Certainly isn't. But those quests are maybe a little slow. I want this to no longer be here and causing me problems. Yeah, the routing is a huge task for that sort of thing. And just figuring out, like, what order do you grab skills in. Sometimes the best thing you can do is redirect investment of defensive resources. I don't know why I tried to do that skill when it was clearly not going to work. Okay, I feel like... Okay, there's another monk over there. Oh man, Peace and Harmony doing good work. Okay, that's going to clear up a lot of this stuff, so everything else is going down a lot more quickly. I tried playing dagger spam builds, and it works somewhat well. Running elite and skills take time, though. Yak run is pain without EOTN skills. Yeah. I mean, you can do... you can dip into EOTN before Darkness Forge. Before you'd need to go there. Let's see. Yeah, because, like, especially if you need to get access to certain elite skills, that adds a lot of complication, obviously. Okay, I maybe stood in all that AoE for a little bit too much time. Oh my goodness. Okay, a warrior's down, at least. There's another classic case of over-aggro. Oh my goodness, these eruptions hit so freaking hard, too. It's one of those situations where I actually kind of want us to spread out what we're focusing on. Because their mesmers are actually kind of garbage. It's their elementalists that are really dangerous. Yeah, I feel like the big thing that you'd need to do is you need to kind of like spend some time working out like what's your level curve looking like, because if you're trying to go quickly, you're going to be under-leveled. Even coming from factions. And then once you've kind of figured out what your level curve, some of that level curve stuff is, you're going to want to figure out and like how many attribute points you have to work with when you're getting access to skills, and then figuring out what builds do you need where to be able to like move more quickly through areas. Because like the builds that are going to move you most quickly through a lot of the content is going to be like a lot of Mesway, but getting enough mesmers is non-trivial. We don't need to go over to Searing of the cards, so we're just kind of going over. Yeah, we need to go up that way and around. Hey, you. It's one of those situations too where like Ranger is actually pretty decent at running to an extent. Yeah, because like if you're if you're just trying to defeat all the bosses, so there's a big difference between like all primary quests or whatever, and just defeat the bosses of each campaign and the expansion. Because if you can like skip Sanctum K and the Meguma Jungle and stuff in the Crystal Desert, like that's obviously hugely beneficial to do. So that does mean you kind of need to do the Drox run in order to do THK, which adds a lot of complexity to it. I don't have any experience doing the Drox run, so I can't comment on it. I've had plenty of experience getting, like, hiring people to do that run back in the day when it was relevant. Yeah, that's one of those things where you really want I Am Unstoppable to be able to do it. I feel like the routing would take you get to Kaineng Mainlands, go to Nightfall, get heroes, or at least your initial batch. I don't know which Acolyte you want, if you even care. Probably Sasuke. Elementalist can pump out a lot of damage, so you probably want him. And then that's a really preemptive healing scene. Just putting that out here. From there, I feel like once you've gotten those heroes, you want to head up to the Eye of the North, grab those heroes, and start leveling some of the Nightfall heroes you need, especially... I feel like you might want to go... Generous Horde doesn't require you to travel as far, but I feel like Nundu Bay is probably a little quicker, or is at least less obnoxious to do, but you'd have to time those out. Like, time the process of, like, getting to one or the other. Generous Horde definitely feels like it'd be faster to get to. Nundu Bay feels like it would be potentially faster to do, but they both have points of slowness and speed, so Generous Horde might just be faster, at which point you want to make sure you're leveling costs. But yeah, planning out all of your builds is going to be a big deal. Yeah. Because then you can cap Shadow Form off of one of the Afflicted. Okay, we're about to the fight with Ryson, which is good. This has actually gone relatively smoothly. This map can be really, really, really rough. Okay, so focusing back on the story here for a bit. Hello, Ryson the Phoenix. I expected someone to come for me, but I never believed that they would be so conscientious as to come for me by themselves. Very well, with the respect that you've shown me, I will fight you as an equal. This fight can be absolutely brutal. This is a grade A argument for Shelter, because it turns out Ryson is got a lot of damage. Yeah, I imagine there hasn't been a whole lot, so we can talk a little bit more about it. There we go. That's good enough. So yeah, I feel like some of the stuff that I'd be looking at, though, would be... because you can level more quickly in Eye of the North. The other thing that you'd want to ask is I think Master of Whispers is probably a lot faster than Margaret the Sly. Because Rylon Refuge feels to me a bit faster than Pokémon's Passage if you pull it off correctly. But yeah, I definitely feel like you want to dip and get heroes. It would be a question of whether or not it'd be worth it to grab Pain Inverter, and I definitely think you want I Am Unstoppable. But that obviously comes with a fairly lengthy set of quests to get. But it would... So you'd have to kind of like determine how does that affect like Drox Run, for example. Because you could skip the Drox Run by... instead of going back up to Beacon's Perch and down to Drockner's, yeah, PI is behind a lot of quests. The advantage of it is that it would allow you to like kill certain bosses a lot more easily. particularly the drought could potentially be killed a lot more quickly, but it may not be worth it. If you want to skip the Drachner's run, you could run to Sanctum K. That would be a lot easier, but then you have to kind of do all of the desert and ascend in order to be able to, and do Dragon's Lair in order to be able to get to Drachner's. So the question is skipping the quest chain to get I Am Unstoppable and the Drachner's run itself. Does that make up the time that you'd spend going through like Sanctum K and the Crystal Desert? Because that's still a lot of running to get to the missions there. And then Dragon's Lair is kind of lengthy. And I don't know the answer to that. That's another spot where like timing could work. You do get access to Word of Healing in the Crystal Desert, and for whatever that's worth. And Shield of Regen, which is a solid skill. If a bit pricey. I feel like you'd want to grab Bip from the Undercity. Yeah. Because, like, the advantage of doing stuff in the Crystal Desert is that, again, like, it might allow you to be able to cut out some other quests that you need to do to be able to set up for the Drachner's run. It might be faster than fighting your way down. And, like, keeping in mind that, like, you're also skipping going to beacons. So, like, with heroes, the Crystal Desert can be relatively quick, so I don't know. That's a tough one. Trying to have an answer to. I want Prot Spirit, please. This is one of those cases where our priority needs to be Rice and the Phoenix, and nothing else much matters. Because he just hits like a truck. There we go. Why are you hesitating? Go on, end it. You got my name from the manifest, right? Along with all the other active members of the Jade Brotherhood. We hunt them down and kill them too. Wait, what did you just say? You heard me. Maybe you think we're a nameless evil, but our way of life has existed for hundreds of years. Each and every member... this is going way too quickly. Each and every member of this gang, everyone you have killed, is a person. Their families will never see them again, and why? All because the Ministry's answer, your answer, to anything they consider wrong is to remove it. Those texts were only supposed to have your name in them. You're telling me that what I handed over to the Ministry was a list of everyone? How sad. You came this far without realizing that you were being used. And now is your chance to speak with the one responsible. I'll be making my exit now, but this isn't over. I need to let Sean Hay down. He's escaping. Why did you let him live? Is what he said true? Was that really a manifest? We can't hunt people down like this. We'd be no better than them. How naive can you be? Evil exists in this world. We're fighting to end it. If people misunderstand what I must do to make the world better, then so be it. I knew from the start that I didn't belong in the world I was helping to create. The future doesn't belong to you or me. It belongs to those who come after us. Their hands will be clean of blood. They need not know any sin. If we pay that price for them, to think that a child like Ashu might never again know pain, isn't that a future worth fighting for? I can't go along with this. The Ministry has been doing good work, but you're taking this too far. There are better ways to make this country strong again. I see. I think it is finally time for you to speak with Minister Raiko. Once you see her vision, you'll truly understand what we fight for. Do you know why we wear these masks? Because we don't fight as ourselves. We represent the will of the people, united in our cause. I want you to be a part of that. Listen to Raiko, meet Ashu, and if their vision does not move you, then walk away from this. You can walk away and leave Cantha in the hands of her people, the ones who care most for her. I don't know, Clean Star. I've not seen V for Vendetta. I think what they're doing here with the narrative is really interesting. I think it's one of those things that it fits a little bit difficultly into the overall like feel of the game, but also like what they're doing here. And I kind of wish they had done this differently, but the idea was that what we handed over was a manifest with all of the active Jade Brotherhood members in it. I don't know why our character didn't just check it at some point, but maybe we were being trusting. The thing is, what's really important to remember is that up until this point, the Ministry of Purity has been a rather useful force in terms of trying to fight for the people. Taking down the Afflicted makes sense. Even going after some of the plots that were going on does make a certain amount of sense. It's difficult, though, because how do you handle something like the Jade Brotherhood? As an organization, it should no longer exist. It has no good reason to continue existing. But there's a reason why it began. And so it's like, what do you do to address that? And what's going on here is somewhat awkward just because, again, of how the narrative plays with as our character. But the like Ministry of Purity basically started off as an organization that did a lot of really good work, so it's very easy to get behind it. And now it's kind of its zealous members are overdrawing its mission. So Zanhei hates the guilds. He wants to get rid of them. But anyone who's ever touched them, basically, or been a part of them, is to him an enemy that must be destroyed. So the question is, like, how is that different from the player? I feel like a lot of the players are just, like, fighting the enemies that are in their way. And, you know, vanquishing, of course, and stuff like that. But what you kind of are running into is this issue where the reach that the Ministry of Purity is going for is, like, incredibly vindictive. And so it's this really interesting challenge of how do you take something that's bad that's happening, an activity that people are engaged in, a group that people are joining, and how do you get people out of it? And where do you determine, like, how do you present people the opportunity to leave that while also taking down that organization? And this is a really important question that we need to ask today. Like, America in particular needs to be asking this question and trying to find answers to it. And it's not easy. It's not easy at all, because you want to simultaneously denounce these organizations, but also create paths for people to leave them and rehabilitate. And successfully executing on that is non-trivial in the extreme. What's about to happen and is a pivot that I think is played a little too quickly. We saw some of this leading up, right? I think I'll talk about this. We'll get this quest reward. This next bit is kind of like where the pivot happens. I want to talk about the pivot to kind of wrap up today. So Zanhei says, it's time for you to meet with Minister Raiko so that you can see the purity of her vision for yourself. For further instructions, speak with the Herald of Purity in Kaineng Center. Okay, so let's go to Kaineng Center and do that. I kind of want to put on Drunken Master, because that seems like that would be really nice to have around. It's interesting. There's a lot of, like, I wish I had something. I wish there was more interesting offhand. Or, like, I wish there was more interesting elite dagger attacks than what we've got. Unfortunately, that is not what we have here. Because, like, right now, I literally don't have any elite skills that I want to use when I switch over to here. Yeah, because I want both of these. This is more important, but this one, like the recharge matching, is good for Brawling Headbutt, so. I know, it's awkward. Okay, enough of that. Let's just go talk to the Herald of Purity here. I'm gonna swap that over. Look around you and tell me what you see. Is it despair? A crumbling city barely standing on its shaky foundations? I'll tell you what I see. Possibilities. There's no such thing as a lost cause, so long as the people possess the will to change. I believe that we can save this great city, and I believe that its people can be something greater. So right now, he does offer a Memories of Purity quest. This is a flashback quest. While this quest is in your quest log, this is not a quest you can complete. You can abandon it, though. While it's in your quest log, the lands of Cantha will revisit the time of the afflicted. He says, "Greetings, citizen. Have you heard the news? Thanks to the tireless efforts of Cantha's people, led by the Ministry of Purity, the plague that has cursed our great nation has finally been driven out. Allow me to share with you the story of these struggles, that we may honor the sacrifices of those who have fallen in this noble task." So, the mobs from doing Winds of Change, like as you do Winds of Change, the mobs, the enemy groups that you fight, will permanently change. This allows you to revert that change if you'd rather not deal with them. So that's a useful quest to be aware of. But anyway, a chance encounter. Ah, you must be the one that Shanhei told me about. The Ministry has spoken highly of you for your bravery and dedication. Shanhei has also told me you have doubts, and I can relate. I used to feel much as I imagine you do now. It's difficult to walk a path when you don't know the destination. Every step can leave you questioning whether it was the right one to take. I think Raiko's words will show you what we hope to achieve and why it is the right choice for us. The people can put their hopes on a single man, or they can learn to put their faith in themselves. Working together, we will make our empire truly great. Please, the rally will begin soon. If you agree to attend, speak with me again, and I will take you there when it is time. Get a lot of money from this. Very well, I'll listen to what the minister has to say. Minister Raiko's rally will be happening soon. This is an excellent chance to see her and Ashu in person. Will you be attending? I've been looking forward to this. Greetings to you, my fellow Canthans. Before I begin, let me say that I am immensely proud to be able to stand here before you. From here, I look out and see all of your faces, bright and eager. You are the future of our great empire. Yours are the hands that lay the foundation for all who follow to walk upon, and yours are the hearts that will foster our bravery and spirit. So there's Raiko and Ashu. We have faced a great many hardships before. I gaze at you now and see the pain of loss in your eyes. It is a pain that I myself am all too familiar with. How many of us here have lost someone important to the plague? Loved ones, family, friends. It washed over us like a tidal wave, terrible in its fury, unstoppable. We looked to our empire for salvation, but they were as helpless as the rest of us. Here's somebody coming from a boat, a familiar name. What is going on? I need to get closer. I can't see very well. From back there, I imagine not. When the plague came, I lost most of my family. You all know their name, the Yudachi family, head of the Sailing Order. How could a family so devout have been killed? What would become of us? I felt lost, helpless. But when I had thought all hope was gone, a miracle happened. My nephew Ashu survived, and I knew that it was a sign from the gods, a sign that all is not lost. This is Raiko? And that boy there, is that really you, Ashu? I have to see him. The Ministry of Purity was founded on that spirit. The people of Cantha can become something more. You are a reflection of what our empire truly deserves to be. You have seen the proof of our cause now that the streets are clear of the afflicted. But our task has only begun. We cannot be content to rest on the laurels of our victory, not when threats still plague us from within. We must continue the fight against those that would threaten our way of life, until the day comes when every citizen is truly, Ashu! Ashu, it is you! An assassin! You dare to come here with your blades freely pointed at the symbol of our hope? An innocent child? Wait, what? You don't understand. Oh, I understand all too well. Tell me, is the Empire so threatened by us that they now send their dogs to solve their problems for them? Does it make you scared to think of what would happen if these good people realized that they no longer needed your rule? That they could stand up and fight for themselves? Poor misguided creature. I bet the life of this boy means absolutely nothing to you. What? How dare you? I've come this far and I'm not going to let this stop me. Your anger betrays you. Your motives are as clear as glass, and we have seen through them. Guards, deal with her by any means necessary. Stop. She has done no wrong. She only wanted to see the boy. This is just a misunderstanding. You are the one that has misunderstood. My vision is of a perfect Cantha. And if you stand in defiance of us, and what do we fight for, then you label yourself an enemy of Cantha. We have no need for so-called heroes. Kill them and the girl. Ever get the feeling of deja vu? Never mind. I suggest running. Follow me. Don't let them escape, shouts Raiko. There's a reason I brought Drunken Master. Listen, I'm sure you are all dying for the chance to talk to me, but I simply haven't got the time. Quickly, take the stairs. They're going to have us cornered. We're actually running through Kaineng Center, which is really kind of cool. There's an exit to the east of here. Go now. I'll lead them off and meet you at the Shenzhen tunnels afterward. Hey, you all want me so badly? Come and get me. I promise to greet you enthusiastically with sharp daggers. This is as far as you go. Why did you do it? I never would have expected this. Not from you. I have to say that I'm disappointed. I thought your resolve was stronger than this. What you're doing here is wrong. You might have started with good intentions, but you're twisting it into something worse. I can't be a part of this, and I can't let you continue on. Look at how those people reacted. This isn't about empowerment. This is blind, misguided zeal. Very well. I've told you I was willing to die for my beliefs. Time to show me if you have the same conviction I do. Oh, if you have the conviction to do the same. I will not stop. We will not stop until Cantha is free of what ails it. And that includes the likes of you. You killed him. There wasn't a choice. He wouldn't have hesitated to kill me. Zayri, you don't belong with the Ministry. Get out while you can. I'm leaving. He's too idealistic for it. Okay, so a couple things. One, Miku's shown up. Now, if you remember previously, she was working with Kieran, but said that she had something she needed to attend to. She needed to leave. She was coming back here. We see Miku for our reward. She's just outside Tanakai Temple. So she's shown up. Something's going on with her. Something's going on with Raiko. Why Raiko went off on her so much is, at the moment I am speaking these words, a bit of a mystery in the narrative. But she's clearly interested in Ashu. And she clearly knows who Raiko and Ashu are. So obviously there's some stuff going on. I think she'll elucidate that in a moment when we get out there. But what we've seen right now is an enormous pivot in what's going on with the story. The Ministry of Purity has clearly gone, like, kind of off the rails. And what we're going to see here going forward is kind of more of an exploration of that. I think this pivot is a bit hard and a bit quick. And a bit too total. So I'll explain that in a moment, but looks like you made it out of there alive. That's good. I was starting to worry about you. You look a little worse for wear, though. Did something happen? I guess you could say I wasn't on the same page as some of the members of the Ministry of Purity. That aside, would you mind telling me what happened back there? Of course. I knew at least that much. Did you see the boy that was with the minister? He is someone that I believed to be dead for a very long time. He is my brother. When I saw that he was alive, in spite of everything that had happened to us in the past, I was overcome. I needed to see him, and I acted on impulse, and, well, we saw how that turned out. The Ministry of Purity will be after both of us now. Now that they believe we mean to take his life, Raiko made certain the people saw it that way. Not very rational, are they? And that is what worries me. Why is he with them? Why did Raiko turn against me? There's too much going on that I don't understand. From the looks of it, your confusion is a mirror of my own. I think we can help each other. Neither of us particularly wants to be hunted by an angry mob, and we both want to know the full story. We'll seek it together, if you'll accept my assistance. Very well. I'll trust you, for now. You're wise to be cautious. I can tell you've been betrayed before. And that means you and we've got something in common. But I've learned trust is not always misguided. Remember, interacting with Kieran Thackeray, right? If you can come to call me friends, then I will have your back without fail. Now, enough of my rambling. I'm going to try and track down Guardsman Janai. He's an old friend, and should be able to provide me with some answers about what has happened. In the meantime, can you speak with Guardsman Kaolin in Kaineng Center? I think he'll be able to help us as well. Good luck, and stay safe. That certainly didn't play out the way I imagined it would. I had always hoped that Ashu was still alive, but now I don't know what to make of things. The people he was with would have killed me had you not come along. I owe you my life, and it seems that in return for your help, I've gotten you involved in my troubles. Well, if nothing else, I can say that my bad luck manages to make things interesting. You wouldn't want to lead a boring life, right? Maybe we can help each other sort this mess out. Okay, so this kind of advances us to the next part of things. I'm just going to go to the guild hall and talk about some of what's going on here. So she's established that Raiko is her aunt because Raiko is Ashu's aunt, and Miku is Ashu's sister. Ashu is her brother. So obviously Raiko knows who she is, made a false accusation. What's going on here and what Raiko's motives are a bit of a mystery. Now, as we'll discover later, but just useful for this discussion, Miku, at some point in time in the past, thought her brother was dead and left and went to Kryta, where she had kind of settled down and made a home for herself in Kryta. This may have been before the events of Prophecies fully unfolded. We don't quite know how some of that played out, what her relationship with the White Mantle was, where she's living or any of that sort of stuff. Her past is a bit shrouded in mystery in that regard. But she eventually met up with Kieran Thackeray, and through what she did there, kind of developed the resolve to come back here and deal with like what happened back here in Kantha. So she decided she needed to return from Kryta. She got off the boat in the middle of Raiko's rally. And Raiko was, of course, having some sort of rally explaining, like, hooray, we completed our conquest against the afflicted, but this nation can be made more perfect. She's casting a vision, saying our nation can still be a lot better. We don't need to just return to where we were. We need to make our nation even better than it was before. What that entails is not entirely clear at this point in time, but it's indicated that she wants to do something about the gangs. There's going to be a lot more going on as well. One of the things that's really important to recognize about what's going on is Raiko is basically in the position of an advocate. She has power because she's advocating for something. People look to her for leadership against a common enemy, a common cause. And this is one of the really powerful ways of uniting people, is us versus them mentality. She started with the us, the citizens of Kantha, the them, the afflicted. Very simple us versus them dynamic, very straightforward one, very easy to buy in, very clear, very easy. However, once the afflicted are defeated, she needs a new them in order to be able to keep her power base, because her power, at least as far as she's concerned, she's a demagogue, right? And demagogues oversimplify things. They oversimplify problems. And they push for easy solutions and wield a lot of power with the influence they have over people as a result, because people like easy solutions. So what she got going on here? Well, she's made them out of the gangs. So we have the Ampha and the Jade Brotherhood. Zanhe doesn't like them. They're also a fairly easy target. They're a massive a massive set of criminal organizations. But they're so massive that to some extent they're wielding a lot of influence in the areas they are. This is where, like, for us, they are also have been a nameless enemy, so turning them into something other than that is a bit difficult. And this is where sort of the pivot kind of moves a little quickly as well a little bit. Pivoting to us being sympathetic to some extent towards the gangs is a bit rough and a bit rushed. It's something that I think could have worked a bit better if they'd had a bit more time to develop this sort of like interstitial period where we transition from the afflicted to what just happened. If they'd done a little bit more to play out, we're going after the gangs, and if there was stuff that they'd done a little bit more to establish a little bit more stuff with it, with regards to the people who were joining them and what was going on with all of that, I think that they could have made things a lot stronger with their narrative, but they also had limited time and they're trying to hit certain points quickly, so I can understand why they didn't. I would have liked, though, to have seen them build a little bit more. They built more, they put more hints in than I kind of had fully realized previously, and looking through some of the stuff, some of the hints were there, with the way Zayri was talking about Reconstruction beginning and, like, indicating, hey, maybe the Mystery of Purity doesn't need to be as much of a force as it is, and other things. Like, there's different personalities, different people approaching things the way that they are, and it's kind of, like, affecting things, right? So Raiko's basically making an effective power grab. She's an effective demagogue. She's holding up Ashu as a symbol to galvanize the people around, but she's wielding power over the Ministry of Purity through what she's doing, and she's making strong arguments for basically a nationalistic approach. But a lot of what she's doing requires that other to demonize. And one of the things that you run into as a problem is when you do that, whenever you have any sort of advocacy, you're going to be faced with the strong temptation to move the goalposts if you ever accomplish what it is you're advocating for. Because if you accomplish it, then you no longer have your position. So whatever you're getting from that position, power, wealth, whatever, you can no longer justify bringing that in, right? You can no longer justify people supporting you, or however you want to look at that. So there's a strong motivating factor to be able to claim that you're never successful. The Afflicted are all dead. They can't really claim that, so they have to change the targets to, well, okay, we got rid of those, but Cantha is still not pure, and it's not pure because of the gangs, and so the gangs are the kind of the next target. And so it's just kind of an interesting sort of like process. We start objecting because the narrative wants us to. I think that they could have done a better job of kind of exploring that, and I wish that they had. But we start objecting because the narrative wants us to, and that's kind of where things are going there. I like the overall story that they're telling, though, and I think that they're touching on a lot of stuff that's really significant with the real world. I'm not going to say too much on that angle, but just keep in mind that this came out before 2012, so it was quite a while back that it was written and released. So, yeah, again, overall, I like what they're doing with the story. I just wish they'd done a little bit more to layer in some of the stuff leading up to that pivot, and had done a little bit more to kind of make our character's stance against just slaughtering all of the Jade Brotherhood and the Ampha, like, sell that better. I wish that was better sold. So, anyway, those are some of my thoughts on what's going on with it. I will be continuing this playthrough on Tuesday of next week. I will be planning on streaming on Saturday. My plans are to play some more of Hexen, and then some Path of Exile, because I cannot play too much of Hexen in one sitting, or I do not feel well. Unfortunately, get motion sick. But I think I can do about an hour and a half of that, and then I will be doing some Path of Exile. There might be some, if I can figure it out, there might be some Path of Exile streams in the interim, but we'll see. There's none scheduled, but I want to do some unscheduled streams at some point. But yeah, so that's kind of the plans. So if you want to know when I go live, you can always follow the channel. You can always check out my Discord. You can do those things. Yep, because I message on Discord when I go live as well. I think that's most of it. So thank you all very much for watching. You can check the schedule down below as well if you want to. It is there. And until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye.